Yes, good afternoon, all members of the public who've taken the time to attend this meeting, which I appreciate. I will give you all a brief summary of how this meeting will run so you can understand the process as it unfolds. Initially, the case officer, Daniel Callis, second on my left, will present his report. He may repent, but with the aid of his slide he's going to present, will take about 30 to 45 minutes. There will then be an opportunity for the committee members, which are sat around the table here of the committee, to question him on the facts of his presentation. After questions to the case officers, speakers who have registered to speak will have 5 minutes each to present their case. I will call the speakers to come forward in turn and sit at the front. And at the end of each speaker's script, there will be an opportunity for the members of the committee to question the speaker. When all speakers have spoken, the case officer has the right of a reply or provide further clarification on matters raised during the speaker's session. I will then adjourn the meeting for a comfort break of 10 minutes. Following this, the Assistant Director of Planning on my left will provide a brief summary of what has already been said and discussed. We then go into the debate stage, which is the most important part of the meeting, I guess, where the 13 members, including myself, will debate the evidence and come up with an opinion based on what they've heard and read in the report. When I'm satisfied that all members have had the opportunity to partake in the debate, I will then take a vote from committee members as to whether they accept or reject the officer's recommendation. It's important to understand that the report only recommends acceptance of the application in the opinion of the case officer. The actual decision lies with the 13 committee members here today. Conduct in the chamber. Nobody apart from the committee members, officers, and those on the speakers list are allowed to speak at any time. Please do not call out or act in a way which could disrupt the proceedings. If this does occur, I will not hesitate to pause the proceedings and maybe have to ask the offenders to leave the chamber. The meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, and please can I remind everyone to speak clearly into their microphones. I hope this clarifies everything for the public out there and what will take place. Right, I now move to the agenda. Item 1, apologies for absence and appointment of substitute members, please.
We've received apologies from Councillor Paul Clark with Councillor Sue Sharp substituting, Chair.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. Any members have an interest they need to declare in the matters posted on this agenda today? And if so, please say. Thank you. Minutes. For those that attended the meeting on the 13th of August 2024, do you agree that the minutes supplied with this meeting agenda are a true record of that event? And if so, please say yes. Agree. Thank you. So now some brief chairman's announcements. Under the Openness of Local Government Bodies Regulation 2014, members of the public or those party to the meeting are permitted to film, broadcast or report on the meeting, subject to not affecting the running of the meeting. Only those people who have registered in line with the committee's speaking procedure can address the committee. Those speaking are not permitted to ask questions of the members or the officers. Members of the public are requested not to call out during the committee's discussion on any time. All speakers will have 5 minutes in which to make their statements. Participants addressing the planning committee will be advised when they have 60 seconds of their allocated time remaining and will be expected to cease talking immediately on being advised that their time is up. Speakers should remain seated in case there are any questions for the planning committee members. Today, there are no planned fire drills, so if the alarm does sound, evacuation instructions will be given by the Democratic officers on my right, and the assembling point is the bottom of the mount, which is the big green hill over to my right. Could all electronic devices please be switched off or at least onto silent mode? For those members using laptops, could I please ask they press F1 on their machines and a blue light will come on indicating the sound is muted. That's that bit. What I'd like now to do, for the benefit of those that are watching on YouTube and can't read the labels around the room, I'll introduce the top table for the benefit of those on YouTube. On my second right, I have Diana Davis from Democratic Services, who's taken the minutes and running the meeting. On my right is Kathleen, who's legal. Myself, Phil Bigler, who's chair. James on my left, who's deputy head of planning. Dan Cullis, the case officer, and on the far end are Dan and Hayley, who are here from Highways as expert witnesses for us. Right, so I think I've covered everything off now. So without further ado, we'll go to item 5 on the agenda. I call upon Dan Cullis to present the application for the land north of Bell Plantation, Watling Street, Towcester. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so item 5 is an application for major employment development on land off the A5 to the north of Towcester. The site forms part of allocation AL1, which is predominantly greenfield land that was allocated for employment development as part of the South Northamptonshire Part 2 local plan, which itself was adopted in 2020. Just to give some context as to the location of AL1, you can see on the plan on the screen, it's flanked by AL3, which already has outline consent for employment development, and to the west is AL2, and the application site forms part of AL1, being predominantly the northern half and the eastern section. So the application site extends to approximately 32 hectares and comprises 2 agricultural fields. The northern and larger field is roughly square in form and slightly convex in profile, with a ridge line running from north-northwest to south-southeast, and the land falling gently to the eastern and western boundaries. The field is enclosed on all sides by mature field hedges interspersed with trees. The western half of the southern boundary abuts a semi-mature woodland which lies outside the application site. The eastern boundary follows the course of a small stream. Public right-of-way SB1 runs down the eastern side of the site, partly just within the site for its northern section, and then exiting the site and running parallel to it. The southern field is more rectangular in shape, running north-south, and falls gently to the east and to the south. It too is enclosed on all sides by mature field hedges interspersed with trees. The northern half of the eastern boundary abuts another area of woodland, which is also outside the application site. The site generally abuts open countryside to the north, east, and west. The most elevated part of the site is approximately 110 metres above ordnance datum, and the topography range is approximately 10 metres down from that either side. The site abuts the A5 on its western boundary. In terms of the nearest non-ancillary dwellings, to the east of the southern field, I think, yeah, if you can see my cursor marking, indicating it here, is Brickyard Farm. The dwelling is positioned approximately 10 metres from the site boundary and has living area windows facing towards the site. To the north of the site is Oak Tree Farm, again indicated with the cursor. The farmhouse is located roughly 220 metres from the site boundary. And then to the west of the northern field, again indicated with the cursor, on the opposite side of the A5 is Bairstows Lodge, which is approximately 37 metres from the site boundary. And immediately south of Bairstows Lodge is the now closed Jacks Hill Truck Stop Cafe, and also there is a crane hire business within that complex. So just to run through some photos of the site, this is the existing site frontage onto the A5. The buildings you can see on the right form part of the Jacks Hill Truck Stop complex, and you can see the mature vegetation that lines much of the site frontage. This is more of the southern half of the site's A5 frontage. A view from within the site looking towards the A5, which you can see with the white car in the image. You can see the tree line of vegetation running down the near side of the A5. The trees in the middle ground would be removed as far back as the mature oak tree, which again I'm indicating with the cursor, which would remain. A view from slightly further back within the site, looking west, you can hopefully see the lorry, which is on the A5 heading north. On the left-hand side, you can see some buildings in amongst the trees, which are Bairstows Lodge and part of the Jacks Hill truck stop complex. This is a view of the northern part of the site. So this is standing within the middle of the northern field, looking north towards Caldicot. The application site boundary is the hedgerow in the middle ground. And then Caldicot is through the trees. You can just about make out some building forms through the trees, just right of centre. A view from almost exactly the same position, but looking more in a more easterly direction, roughly towards Tiffield. And you can see the rural landscape beyond the site boundary, which is the hedgerow in the dip within the landform. Another similar view looking more southeast towards AL3. Another view from here, you can see Oak Tree farmhouse, which is to the north of the site, and some of the agricultural buildings associated with that beyond the northern boundary. This photo gives an indication as to the sort of convex nature of the site and how it drops down towards the eastern boundary. And again, you can just about make out some of the buildings in Caldicot through the trees in the middle of the photo. Another similar view along the site's eastern boundary, looking north. This view is from the north end of the southern field. So this is looking predominantly across the area of land that would be offered for football use. Looking in the direction of Towcester, you can see some buildings in the distance, which are on the opposite side of the A43 on the employment area around the old Tiffield Road. And from this position, it's very difficult in this photo to see it, but when you're on the site, you can see Towcester Racecourse and the pavilions there, the grandstands there, on the horizon line within the middle of the photo. So again, this is from a similar position to the last photo, looking along the southern boundary of the northern field. So the hedge line on the left is the site boundary. Everything beyond that to the left is also part of the AL1 allocation, but is a separate application, it's a concurrent application on that site. Just another view looking north. And then this view is from the southern area of, I'll come on to it, but it's within the area that's zone 2, and this is looking towards where the site access roundabout would be. You can see there's a sort of natural depression or bowl shape within the site frontage here, and the access roundabout would be sort of sat within that area. Again, you can see Oak Tree Farm in the distance beyond the agricultural buildings associated with it, and Bairstows Lodge on the extreme left-hand side. Okay, so the application seeks hybrid planning permission, with part of the site being for full permission and part being in outline. For those elements in outline, subsequent applications for reserved matters would be required. Overall, the application proposes 115,709 square meters of employment floor space across 4 development zones. The uses would be predominantly B8, which is warehousing and distribution, with some B2 general industrial on zone 4, which is the lighter pink area. And there's also provision of 6 hectares of land for sports use, which is the green area, zone 5. So the element for which full consent is sought is zone 1, which is the area that you can see indicated in the sort of the darker pink. And then we have zones 2, 3, and 4, which are the other areas for which outline consent is sought. So those elements for which full planning permission is sought are the main site access, comprising the new roundabout on the A5 indicated here, the main internal spine road and bus stops, The main earthworks for all parts of the site to create the development plateaus and the earth bunds associated with the proposed landscaping, structural landscaping to virtually all of the site's perimeter, the construction of development on zone 1, and the provision of a substation and foul sewer pumping station within the site to serve the development. Looking at plot 1 in more detail, so as I said, this is for full planning permission. The main building has a floor area of 24,572 square meters gross internal area. There's a 2-story office section within the main building at the front corner of the building down here. And there's also a 2-story transport office within the service yard projecting from the north elevation. The finished floor level of the building would be 106.95 meters above ordnance datum. The ridge height of the building from its finished floor level is 18.5 meters, which delivers an internal haunch height of 15 meters. There's also a proposed gatehouse, which controls access to the service yard for HGVs in and out. There are sprinkler tanks adjacent to that, which have a height of 7.2 meters. There's a pallet store, which has a height of 7.6 meters, and then there's other various associated plant and waste management areas. There's proposed cycle stores, smoking shelter, and a staff outdoor amenity space in the front corner of the site here. Parking is provided for 260 cars, of which 10% would be disabled spaces, 20% would be EV charging, and there's also dedicated spaces for car sharers. There's 11 motorcycle spaces and 50 cycle spaces within the shelters provided. The service yard has 24 docking bays, and there are HGV fueling bays, including EV charging for HGVs. There are 46 HGV parking spaces then lined along the north boundary of the parcel. Service yard is enclosed by a 2.4 meter weld mesh fence. The roof of the main building would have 410 square meters of solar panels installed on it, and the building would be constructed to comply with BREEAM Excellent, surpassing the requirements of the Joint Core Strategy Policy S11, which requires very good. So in terms of the building itself and its elevations, this is just a simple line drawing which helps because the color version that we have, the colors are slightly difficult to differentiate. The lower sections of the building would be clad in a sort of dark grey brown color. The strip through the middle of the building would be black, as would all doors, windows and other features. The upper section above that mid band would be clad in juniper green, which is a dark green. And then within there, you can see on the front elevation, the position of the office section, which is seen here and here, and then the transport office on the service yard elevation. Okay, so in terms of the proposed landscaping, which forms part of the full application, as the plan indicates here, there's a comprehensive scheme of landscaping to all boundaries, which includes a mixture of planting. That planting is a mixture of anything from whips up to heavy standard and semi-mature trees. The pond, you can see down the eastern, adjacent to the eastern boundary, forms part of the SUD system, but would be permanently wet. There's a network of paths created through the site. Not so easy to see on this plan. There will be a plan later which shows it, but various circular walking routes. In it, there is also along the south side of zone 2, there's a 3 meter wide shared footway cycleway that provides connection to the A5. Public right of way SB1, as I mentioned earlier, enters the site in the northeast corner here, continues down along the path, and then exits the site and runs parallel to that, parallel to that boundary for the remainder. The public right of way would remain in situ. It would not need to be diverted. However, the surface would be upgraded to match the surfacing of other paths within the development. There's also provision of a community orchard, benches, picnic table, and a trim trail within the areas of open space. One of the conditions in the recommendation requires the provision of pedestrian and/or cycle connection to the adjoining developments on AL3, which matches a condition on that consent, and also the remainder of AL1 to the south. In terms of mitigating the visual impacts, in addition to the use of the landscaping, the elevational treatment of the building also forms part of the mitigation. The use of parapets to hide roof forms and roof-mounted plant results in buildings having simpler, clean lines, and the cladding arrangement with the use of darker natural tones enables buildings to visually recede within the wider landscape. Above 18.5 metres, so this would be for other elements of the scheme for which reserve matters is sought. Above that height, the cladding would be in a light grey to match the colour of the skyline. Okay, so just moving on to proposed levels. Again, this forms part of the full consent. The plan here with the colours helps sort of indicate the convex nature of the site. The red areas are the higher parts of the existing site and indicate those areas where there would be the greatest amount of cut or reduction in existing site levels. The darker green areas are those areas where there would be the greatest amount of fill or increasing of site levels. The middle part of the site would be lowered by up to 3.5 metres. The east and west ends of the site would be elevated by up to a maximum of 6.5. However, the majority of the A5 frontage fill is more in the region of 3 to 5 metres, with just the particular sort of extremes of fill being located either side of the site's access roundabout, which would be in this whiter area here. So in terms of the proposed landscaping, Quartet Design, the independent landscape specialists appointed by the council to assess the proposals, conclude that the landscaping design and planting principles, together with the use of mounding to give additional height to the perimeter planting, are considered to be appropriate and an adequate landscape response to the proposed development. Conditions require that landscaping is delivered at an early juncture in the site's development in order to ensure that it can establish and deliver the mitigating effects that are intended. In terms of off-site works, the application proposes the delivery of biodiversity net gain on a remote piece of agricultural land, some 6.4 hectares in area, located 1.6 metres north of the application site. So that's on this plan, that's the blue area that you can see north of the application site, red line area. And we'll come on to biodiversity a bit more shortly. It's also proposed to undertake improvements to Tove Roundabout, which is the junction of the A5 and the A43. This scheme of mitigation works to enhance the junction include carriageway widening, pedestrian crossing improvements, and traffic light sequencing enhancements. And then in terms of the actual site access itself, so there's the roundabout created, but there's also the upgrading of the existing pavement along the A5 between the site and Tove Roundabout to create a shared footway cycleway. This would be 2 meters in width, but would be slewed back from the curb line in order to create a 1 meter buffer or grass verge in between the pedestrian cycleway and the carriageway. So in terms of the outline consent, outline consent with all matters reserved except for access is sought for development on zones 2, 3 and 4, as well as the final laying of any football pitches on zone 5. The parameters for zones 2 and 3 permit buildings up to 21.5 meters in height. Zone 4 would be permitted up to 15.5 meters in height. But just returning to the football land. So as I said, it's 6 hectares. The proposal is to undertake the initial earthworks to create the plateaus on which the pitches would be laid. The area provided once those earthworks are undertaken would provide space for 3 full-sized adult pitches, plus space for parking and potential clubhouse at some point in the future. Policy requires provision for the land only, but the applicant, by undertaking the initial earthworks, provides a net benefit of the scheme beyond the policy requirement. The heads of terms would see, for the section 106, would see the freehold transferred to WNC, who would then be able to lease it on to Towcester Town Football Club in line with the expectations of the policy, but with the freehold being with WNC secures the long-term public control of the asset. The applicant would provide an unfettered right of access through the site to the football land boundary. So this plan, just to finish off with, this plan demonstrates the relationship of the proposed development with the adjacent proposals for AL3, AL2, and the remainder of AL1. So I'll just zoom out slightly. So AL2 is down here, the application site. Hopefully you can see the red line, the remainder of AL1, and then the already consented development of AL3. Okay, so that's the proposal set out, and I'll now take you through the various material considerations relevant to determining the application. Firstly, with regard to landscape and visual impacts, the application was submitted with a landscape and visual impact assessment, or LVIA. The council appointed Askew Nelson to independently review this on its behalf. A large number of viewpoints were assessed in the LVIA, and I won't go through them all here, but I will just focus on the points which were viewed on the members' pre-committee site visit, and which are arguably where the visual impact is most pertinent. So this is the viewpoint. So I'll just zoom back a little bit. So this is the viewpoint from the southern end of Caldicot, and the image here shows a wireframe indicating the proposed the outline of the parameters for the proposed development relative to the existing view. This is obviously a wintertime view, so there is no foliage on many of the trees. And then just come down to the second viewpoint, which we visited, which is on the public right-of-way just south of Duncott. So here the public right-of-way is, certainly if you're heading southeast, you're walking directly towards the application site. And you can see again the red outline of the proposed development. Hopefully that's clear. I appreciate it's not very easy. It's quite granular when it's on the screen. And then this is the viewpoint from the road between Greens Norton and Towcester. So this is due west of the application site. And then lastly, the viewpoint from the road to the south of Greens Norton, just off the Aberthorpe Road. This is viewpoint 14, looking towards the application site at a distance of approximately 1.5 kilometres. You can see the extent of the site is indicated there. We don't actually have the wireframe for this view, but it gives it demonstrates the view that we saw when undertaking the pre-committee site visit. So Askew Nelson agree with the LVIA's conclusion that there are likely to be significant residual adverse landscape and visual effects arising from the development. Contrary to the LVIA's conclusion, however, Askew Nelson would expect there also to be some significant adverse residual effects within the local landscape beyond the application site boundary. This would be the case within 1.5 kilometres of the application site, especially to the east, north and west, as demonstrated in the LVIA. The proposed buildings will be clearly visible in the long term within the landscape to the north, west and east of the site. And Askew Nelson are unconvinced that the proposed planting will be capable of mitigating the significant adverse impacts and visual effects. That residual harm has to be attributed significant weight and weighed in the planning balance. To summarise various other material considerations, much of the time taken to bring the application before committee has been the result of detailed and protracted discussions between the applicant and both relevant highway authorities, being National Highways and West Northants Council Highways. Following various clarifications, the applicant's final modelling submissions in December 2020, yes, 2023, demonstrated that the opening year assessments for 2025, when combined with the proposed off-site mitigation at Tove Roundabout, would result in no significant problems on the local road network. National Highways have confirmed that, in light of the proposed mitigation, they raise no objection. WNC Highways have raised significant concerns about the performance of Tove Roundabout and other locations in the future year 2031 assessment. However, National Highways have confirmed that the 2031 assessment is not within their remit for judging the proposal. Consequently, with the potential impact relating only to the strategic road network, i.e. the A43 and A5, WNC Highways also have confirmed that they do not object. In relation to public transport, the proposal would see the existing number 88 bus service between Towcester and Northampton diverted via the site, which would itself have 2 bus stops within the main spine road. This would provide users of the site with close and convenient access to regular public transport. The Section 106 agreement also provides financial contribution towards the ongoing delivery of that bus service. With regard to archaeology, extensive investigations were undertaken in 2022 and have been confirmed as sufficient and satisfactory. None of the archaeology was considered to be of sufficient significance to warrant its retention in situ, and the only matter outstanding was the submission of archive reports to conclude the findings, and this will be covered by condition. The proposal is considered to have minimal, if any, impact on the setting of built heritage assets, such as listed buildings, conservation areas, or historic parks and gardens. With regard to ecology and biodiversity, the majority of the site is arable farmland at present, which is common locally and has low species diversity. The vast majority of existing trees and hedges to the site's periphery are to be retained and will be supplemented with extensive landscape planting, which comprises a mix of native species selected for their visual screening and biodiversity values. Although not a statutory requirement of this application, given its age, the on-site and off-site landscape enhancements proposed will deliver in excess of 10% biodiversity net gain and will be secured via a mixture of conditions and Section 106 obligations. Protected species are not considered to be significantly impacted, and conditions will ensure sensitive lighting does not negatively impact upon nocturnal ecology or appear intrusive within the surrounding area's rural nightscape. The development is not anticipated to have any material harm in terms of air pollution, ground contamination, noise, or foul drainage, and any residual matters in those regards are controlled by condition. Surface water drainage would be managed via a SUD system, which would limit discharge rates to existing greenfield rates, and further detailed design matters for drainage are controlled via condition. The proposal is not considered to cause excessive or unacceptable impact on the amenities of nearby and adjacent private residential dwellings. Brickyard Farm is the closest to the site, but abuts the area of football land and is well removed from the proposed area of development. Bairstows Lodge on the opposite side of the A5 is already enclosed by tall evergreen hedge and is between 70 and 75 metres from any proposed building on Zone 2, separated from it by the A5 and existing retained vegetation along the site frontage. Impacts of from noise, dust, vibration, and other effects during the construction phase would be protected via construction management plans. There is no detailed agricultural land classification required, given that the site is already allocated for development. However, the southern part of the allocation is already confirmed as grade 3B, and it's therefore considered that the site does not constitute best or most versatile agricultural land. In terms of the socio-economic impacts, the development will result in approximately £74 million in construction expenditure and create around 177 full-time equivalent construction jobs per annum during the construction phase over approximately 3 years. Once complete, the development will create around 1,300 permanent jobs, increasing local wage generation by approximately 50 million per annum, and additional indirect expenditure in the local economy by workers from the site is estimated to be around 4.7 million per annum. So in terms of representations on the application, there's no outstanding objections from technical consultees. There are objections from 17 local town and parish councils, including Towcester Town Council and all the immediate adjoining villages. There are also objections from Campaign for Rural England and British Horse Society. The application has received over 1,100 objections, as well as 3 submissions of support. The most common objections relate to highway traffic impacts and landscape and visual effects, as well as many other matters. A full list of objections is outlined in the report. With regard to updates, members' attention is drawn to the written updates, and in particular, the additional condition to be added to the recommendation relating to details of the trim trail equipment. Officers also wish to highlight an error in the report where the response from the WNC Health Impact Assessment Team is recorded as being no objection. The response was actually marked as an objection, although the content of the response as summarised in the report is correct. In addition, since the publication of the written updates, we've had 6 additional objections in the last 24 hours or so. The grounds of objection raised are traffic congestion, impacts upon the character of the area, the development being contrary to the development plan, damage to historic buildings from additional HGV traffic, increased air and noise pollution, harm to existing businesses in the town, increased danger to pedestrians crossing local roads, increased highway safety concerns from more HGVs turning at junctions, and finally that the proposed access for this site and the adjoining application on the remainder of AL1 were not sufficiently integrated and coordinated. Finally, a response was received from National Highways yesterday afternoon stating they believe the delivery of the Tove roundabout improvement works should be dealt with via condition rather than through the Section 106 agreement, which is how it's currently set in the recommendation. The applicant is agreeable to this, and therefore an additional condition is to be added to the recommendation as follows. I'll just summarise what it would say. So prior to first occupation of the development hereby permitted, the scheme of works to improve the highway access as shown in general accordance with drawing X, I won't read it out, it's a long title, shall be completed and open to traffic. Correspondingly, the heads of terms within the reports are also amended to strike out the respective obligation for the same matter. So in summary, in the context of the presumption in favour of sustainable development set out within the NPPF, it is considered that the proposal would result in sustainable development which generally accords with the development plan, particularly policy AL1 and the adopted employment site allocations development brief SPD. Where the harms are identified, particularly the adverse landscape and visual effects, these would be mitigated as far as practically possible, and the residual harm, although still a significant adverse effect and afforded significant weight, is, in the view of officers, outweighed by the significant economic benefits of the proposal and the delivery of a site allocated for major employment development. To conclude, it's recommended that the committee grants delegated authority to officers to approve the application subject to the conditions outlined in the report, the additional condition in the written updates, and the additional Tove roundabout improvement works condition and the swapping of that from the Section 106 agreement as requested by National Highways. And then also upon the signing of a Section 106 agreement in accordance with the agreed amended heads of terms. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Dan, for that presentation. And I thank the audience for being quiet during that. That's much appreciated. We now get to stage 2, where I invite questions, and I do emphasise questions from committee members of Dan about that presentation. So who wants to go first? Any questions? Councillor Manners, please. Oh yeah, and for everybody, can we have our microphones approximately 4 inches from your mouth, not too close, so everybody can hear you at the back.
Thank you, Chair. Dan, can we go back to the LVA, the visual impact? And have you got any pictures of what the site will look like driving up the A5 north and driving down south? Because it's a huge block of warehousing, essentially. And I just think you've been slightly disingenuous in not explaining the southern end of the southern end of the site, which will be going up to 28, 30 meters.
So the visuals that we have, or the ones that I have with me, I mean, I don't have access to every document here today because there's thousands and I could only sort of have a certain amount available. So the visualizations I have, I don't have any of that. I do have some CGI images that give an impression of the site frontage.
Can I help you? If you go back to the slide which had the looking across the site to Jack's Cafe, and if you recall on the site visit there was a crane up to the left, and it's taller than the large tree.
In these site photos, is that?
Yes, that's right.
To?
It's the one
Okay.
looking towards Jack's Cafe. There's another one specifically.
There's
That one
this
there.
one.
Yeah. And the crane, the tall conifer in
This
there,
one.
the crane was higher than that tree. And that gives, I think, the committee the scale of what is being proposed here and the continuous scale of it.
Just to help you. Just to help you, Councillor Manners, I've instructed Nikki down there to find some images on a slow computer and they'll be presented by Dan to make
Okay,
your point. for
thank you very much.
Thank you now. Who else? Councillor Pritchard, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And with regards to the comments by my fellow councillor, when you think that zones 2 and 3 will have the minimum of 21.5 metres high, that is absolutely enormous.
Is that a question, Councillor Pritchard?
Yes, it is a question.
Okay.
Why is it so high? And also, will it in fact be in a situation where it could be in excess of 21.5 metres?
Thank you, Chair. So 21.5 metres is the maximum upper parameter that would be permitted. So the buildings could be shorter than that, but the maximum height parameter would be 21.5 metres. Just to give a little bit of context, the adjoining development on AL3, for which permission has already been granted, has a maximum height of 21 metres for the building heights on at least one of the parcels on that development.
And also, why are we actually limited to the amount of solar panels that actually is anticipated on this particular development?
So my understanding is that the amount of solar panels to be proposed is more to do with the energy use of the building itself, rather than necessarily providing, a full amount of energy to pump it back into the national grid. I mean, the applicant may well be better placed to answer that question when I think the applicant's agent is speaking later, but the proposal that we have before us is for that amount of solar panels on the roof.
With regards to zones 2 and 3, are there any potential occupants that obviously we know on zone 1 there is a potential occupant, but when you look at zones 2 and 3, they're actually larger than zone 1.
They are potentially. I mean, one of the options, what the consent will do is set maximum parameters for the development. So it would hypothetically be possible that you could have 2 smaller units on zone 3. But at the moment, the application we have before us, we only have the details for plot 1, and I'm not aware of there being any occupants in the pipeline for zones 2 and 3. That would be a matter for the reserve matters application.
Will those particular zones 2 and 3 be limited to B8?
Yes. Yes, zones 1, 2 and 3 would be
All B8.
limited to B8 use, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councillor Pritchard, you might like to ask your question of the applicant when you get a chance. Councillor Andres Savage, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question to Daniel, if I may. You indicated there are 115,709 square metres of build proposed. Those units, obviously, we don't know the styles that currently. We know the outline that the developer has given to you as a proposal. Can you tell me, do you understand any of that being affected by the increase in land area? So the entrance to the proposed site, where the land is being increased in height, will there be, particularly sort of, I think, site 2, would there be any building on that? Because on your plans there, one of them shows that there's a corner that goes right up to that entrance area.
Right.
So on zone 2, on the top left, that's it. Just
Yes,
at that
so
link.
this is the parameter plan which gives building heights and also indicates the no building zone, which is the dark blue. And so we can see within zone 2, there's a no build zone just along the frontage, and then this section there and a thin section down the eastern side. So the build zone does hypothetically go to the edge of that zone adjacent to the roundabout. And as we saw on the, if I can find it, bear with me. There we go. So that would be in approximately, it's difficult to see the cursor, but I don't know if you can see that twinkling.
Yes.
In approximately that area there, which is where there's an increase of around up sort of 5 to 6 meters. It's maybe not in the absolute maximum area, but it's approaching that, yes.
So it'd be a 6 meter height
Yeah.
before building starts.
Yes, that's relative to the existing ground level, and as we saw in the photos and on site, there's a slight bowling, so that area is naturally a little bit lower than some of the areas either side of it.
On our site visit, we were very able to see the projected area effectively, and I think we were looking at tree lines to try and gain some sort of perspective on that. And quite clearly, if zone 2 was not in this plan, then I think the majority of what we could see would not be visible from the road or from the kilometre and a half away where we went east of the site. I do appreciate that quite clearly there are natural levels on the site already, but this is proposing an increase to those natural levels. Have you discussed with the applicant at any point in time to retain the natural levels of the site and to accommodate development within those?
So with the level strategy, as you can see on the plan here, it's basically seeking to retain the existing material on site. So as much as you've cut, you fill with that material to come to a sort of an evened out level. In terms of lowering it any further, I mean, obviously the proposed buildings have quite a large footprint, which on sloping ground, inevitably, the existing ground level at one end is different to the existing ground level at the opposite. But if we were proposing or considering lowering the site even further than this sort of equilibrium type of arrangement, obviously that would require the carting of material away from the site, which would generate significant amounts of additional traffic.
What were the guidelines originally when the site was brought forward for development or was allocated as a site for development in the future? Do you know, out of interest?
What was the?
What were the original guidelines on that site? Were they for large B8 units?
Well, the original guidelines are set out in Policy AL1, which sort of seeks to achieve across the entirety of the allocation. It seeks to achieve a mix of a variety of employment types. But the policy itself doesn't state anything expressly in relation to building sizes. There is some discussion in the preamble around appropriateness for the site being appropriate for small and medium size, but the policy itself doesn't make any reference to that. The only reference of any sort of note is the requirement for an independent assessed market evidence-based proportion of uses, so B1, B2, B8, but there's no actual discussion of building sizes in the policy.
Okay, I mean, clearly we have a mix, if you like, in the area, but they're of much smaller style and certainly not an industrial state. And this clearly would be an industrial estate in terms of the size that is being proposed currently. So I'm wondering, on Watling Street, our Roman road that goes through into a historic town, what style effectively was being discussed at the time it was allocated as a site? And is this in keeping or in accordance with that? That was obviously a publicly consulted plan.
Well, as I said, sorry if I can have. So the policy is, as I said, the policy itself, which is the primary sort of decision-making tool, doesn't actually have any parameters for building sizes. The preamble does discuss the site being suitable for, see if I can find it. Yeah, so all three sites, this is being the three allocations, all three sites offer suitable locations for a range of small and medium-sized business units, including uses. So what I would clarify is that it says the sites would be suitable for, it doesn't say it would be unsuitable for other things. It's not an exhaustive list.
Okay. I think the range and variety is what we would be seeking, certainly as a potential opportunity there. And I have to say that I completely understand the passions of those that would also support that. A question in terms of something within the report that you've placed there. Are there great crested newts on the site?
Uh,
Because I believe there's evidence of them. Which doesn't make
I'd have
things
to,
very
I'd have
easy.
to review back.
Okay, if it helps, page 78, paragraph 7.208. They're wonderful little beasts, and they do get in the way of developers.
Yes, sorry. So with regard to great crested newts, it says since a small population of great crested newts has been recorded within ponds 1 and 2 to the east of the site, there is potential for specimens to venture onto the site. So the applicant has sought to deal with great crested newts, not the best terminology, but through the district licensing scheme that council has with Natural England, which is a more structured way of dealing with it, rather than necessarily providing individual site mitigation, etc. It's sort of signing up to a scheme and dealing with that way. I don't have a lot of experience with it myself. I don't know if Mr. Roger might
Thank you.
be able to explain it better than I.
Bit more of an expert on great crested newts, sorry, Mr.
Sorry,
Roger.
there are some points that are being discussed that clearly are sort of matters of opinion in terms of size, scale of buildings that will come into the planning balance when you make your decision. But with specific respect to great crested newts, conditions 11, 12 and 13 basically are the conditions required as part of the district license process. So we would frequently on planning applications apply conditions like these to deal with the great crested newts issues. So effectively conditions 11, 12 and 13 do deal with that issue.
Okay, where are, for the purpose of the committee, where are ponds 1 and 2 on the plans?
I don't actually have that information. I mean, that would require me going back to the detailed ecological reports, which I'm afraid I haven't got access to.
Okay, it's only because when we walked the site, I didn't see any ponds, but we didn't walk the entirety of the site. Obviously, we had a limited view in terms of the scope that was there. Okay, that's helpful. I do have some other questions, observations, if I may. One
Questions, not observations.
Sorry,
please.
no, sorry, the question about an observation made, if I may clarify, Mr. Chairman, by Askew Nelson, who were appointed by the council, in terms of the proposed planting that would not address fully or mitigate the significant visual impact on the area. That, Daniel, you quoted that earlier on as a consultant who was obviously employed by the council. Can you confirm Askew Nelson's observations, that those are their observations?
Yes, sorry. So I think they conclude that because by the point of year 15, the height of the landscaping, new planting would not have reached a point where the development was sort of entirely screened. There would be some residual visual impact occurring at that point. So yes, that was their view, that therefore some significant harm did remain.
Okay, and the worst, I suppose, sight line would be from Caldecott, would it, out of interest?
I think Caldecott was one of them that was identified, and then the others were sort of in an arc more to the west of the site, sort of roughly round from Dunkirk, Greens Norton, and then sort of down to the Aberthorpe Road, I think, in that sort of area.
Okay, thank you.
And possibly, sorry, and I think also there was one from the east of the site on Donkey Lane,
Okay,
I think.
thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll take Councillor Purser first, if you don't mind, Councillor Pritchard.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to check the status of the supplementary planning document, employment site allocations development brief. Is that a statutory document? Has that been inspected, or what is the status of that document?
It's a supplementary planning document, so it supplements is the first keyword. So you've got the adopted plan, and the supplementary planning document was basically produced to guide interpretation of the adopted plan, but it can't overrule the planning policy. It basically is a supplementary planning document. It was consulted on prior to adoption, which is a sort of is relevant. So it is a material planning consideration, but but as I say, the key point is that it's a supplementary document to guide interpretation of the planning policy. It can't overrule the actual adopted planning policy.
Thank you.
Councillor Pritchard now, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps this may be a question, obviously, probably you'll pass it over to your colleague on the left, is what consideration was actually given with regards to the traffic modelling with regards to the Northampton Gateway and AL4 and AL5? If I can just enlarge on AL4 and AL5 is in fact Shack's Barn and also of course Furtho Pit. They're the AL4 and AL5. What consideration was given? Because when you think of it, this has an enormous amount of impact into traffic into Towcester. And secondly, will any traffic coming from the AL1 site be allowed to go through Towcester High Street?
I'll refer to my highway colleagues at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. With regard to Northampton Gateway and the other AL sites, then you will have no doubt seen from the committee report that we have had extensive discussions about the need for cumulative assessment of the traffic impacts of not only this application site AL1 and part of AL1 at that, but the remainder of AL1, AL2, AL3, which is consented, AL4, AL5, I think in this particular case was wrapped up with what we call the temporary growth factors that were allowed for in the growth of traffic from the baseline surveys to the future years of 2026 and 2031. So temporary is a national tool that takes into account committed developments and local plan allocations. So yes, there is an assessment that we are satisfied deals with those cumulative impacts. You will have seen the comments about the results of those cumulative impacts separately.
And also during your traffic modelling, was any consultation held with regards to the local residents and local businesses?
Not explicitly. If I can qualify that, as a highway authority, we wouldn't normally consult members of the public. It would just be a big task. Obviously, we act in the public's interest. We try to act in the public's interest. That's what we're charged with doing, the scrutinising development proposals. So we have seen comments from interested groups, and we have seen comments from parish councils, and we do try to have regard to those where we can.
Okay, thank you for that. Before I take councillor Sharps or anybody else, we do have the pictures that councillor Manners was asking to be displayed, so we'll do that first, shall we?
Okay, thank you, Chair. So in terms of the LVIA viewpoints that we have for the site frontage, this image here is the view from the A5 looking into the site, essentially, on the northern end of the site, and it shows the vegetation along that frontage, which would be retained. Obviously, the view you get is not that exciting because it is just looking at fairly close range to the existing vegetation along that frontage. The next viewpoint we have, viewpoint 12, is a more wide-framed illustration of the entire A5 site frontage. So this is sort of a panoramic view. You've got the north side is to the left and the south is to the right. Everything, I think, to the right of the tree here, vegetation would be retained. You've got a fairly open existing middle section to the site frontage, and then the trees continuing along the northern edges as indicated in the photos. Some of the first ones of those would be removed. Thank you, Chairman.
I was expecting the CGIs.
Oh,
That's fine.
sorry. Yes, I can.
I think that's what Councillor Manners wanted. I believe.
Sorry. Okay, I will just bear with me 2 seconds. Okay, so these are the CGI images provided by the applicant. Which is, this is the A5 looking north. The existing A5 essentially continues up the left-hand side of the image. This is the site roundabout, and the main spine road into the site is the road leading off to the right. The building you can see through the trees is the development of plot 1, for which full consent is sought at this stage. And my understanding is this is an illustration of how the landscaping would have matured 15 years post construction. And the second view we have here is of the entrance roundabout. So looking in the opposite direction, with the site access spine road being the road going in on the left, and the development you could see there is what is the parameters that were proposed for zone 2. Don't know if I can move that out of the way. Actually, that helps, doesn't it, if I put that?
Sorry, if we call it out, you'll be ejected from the meeting. Can we please keep order? Thank you. This is an orderly meeting. Let's keep it that way, please. Thank you. You
Thank
happy
you,
with
Chairman.
that, Councillor Manners? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Councillor Sharps is next on my list to speak, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Just kind of following on from that particular picture, if I may. The second picture, you didn't tell me or any of the councillors on the committee how many years after planting that one would be.
So it's the same. It's
exactly
essentially
the
the same image as the first one. So I think
Okay,
15 years post.
Okay, just to double check on that one. Okay. My fellow councillor has spoken about traffic in the area. I have a very particular question. Obviously, most of the councils in the area, parish councils, have put in their objection on the fact that there will be a large amount of traffic in the area. And we've been told why we can discuss it and why we can't discuss it, because of very different reasons. I want to know about event traffic. This area is well known for large events happening all throughout the year. And this is very important that we model correctly for these events. So can you tell me exactly how this will fit into large events that happen in this area every single year?
Yeah, okay, thank you, Chair. So yeah, on this point, in light of the number of comments that we'd had about this sort of particular issue and the inclusion of event traffic and how that affects the overall traffic modelling, we did approach National Highways for clarification on this as to essentially what can and cannot be modelled within those assessments. With regard to the British Grand Prix, which is probably the sort of highlight, I suppose, or the biggest of the events locally. So National Highways' response was that it is an annual event. However, by definition, it does take place once a year over a Friday to Sunday. During this time, the A43 is closed, which inevitably distorts the usual traffic flows, amongst which any impact of the proposed development would not be significant. So I think they've essentially clarified that the intention of transport assessments are to assess, normal traffic flows, i.e., sort of removing those extremes either one way or the other, as far as possible to get a more realistic, broader understanding.
If I can put to you, this is normal for where we live. It's normal for Toaster. And it's not, obviously that particular event is once a year, but then we have MotoGP. I'm also correct in saying that the modelling was done on not including a Friday and Monday.
Yeah.
I also know that that is quite normal in the world of, traffic modelling. But this isn't a normal situation when you're talking about a high volume traffic situation. And the reason why the movements are on a Friday and a Monday is to allow the normal traffic to leave, and then for the other traffic, the site traffic, to leave. So then we've got HGVs added to that. So that's cumulative. So I'm just saying that I think that actually this needs to be remodeled before we can even look at it.
Thank you, Chair. Just in response, I mean, again, National Highways have clarified that the surveys taken on Fridays and Mondays are prone to distortion, particularly in post-COVID times where hybrid working means people tend to be in the office more only in the midweek and tend to work from home nearer weekends, and other differences in general behaviour, and hence the focus is on Tuesday to Thursday. So I think the point to reiterate, and my colleagues to my left will probably be able to explain it a lot better than I can, but the point of highway modelling is to understand a baseline rather than necessarily account for the extremes, be it one way or the other, the highs or the lows. So although I think it is appreciated that there are regular traffic on Fridays is regularly bad. You have events like the British Grand Prix. You have situations such as, accidents on the M1 because the A5 is the official diversion route for that. But again, it's difficult to predict the scale and timing of such events, and therefore their impact and how that impact relates to the proposed development, the level of disruption. I mean, it can obviously be significant, but again, how that relates to the proposal and which direction it's in, and there's so many different factors involved in that. So I think understanding a more stable baseline is the purpose of that. And if I'm wrong, my colleagues will correct me. But
I can only add to that. The advice from WSP, who looked at all the modelling, and indeed
Microphone nearer, please.
Sorry, is that clear? The advice from WSP, who have looked at the modelling and run the Northamptonshire strategic transport model for the authority, is that they use an average weekday, Monday to Thursday, which is consistent with the advice issued by Department for Transport analysis guidance. So that's what we normally have to work to. So that does say a typical midweek situation.
Yeah. Thank you. I have a further question, and that's regarding mass. So you've shown us 3 on-site buildings in the location. Was the largest building in Toaster that would match this particular building, or is there one?
Sorry, large existing building.
Yeah, tallest.
Tallest. The tallest building at present in Toaster, I believe, is the newer grandstand at the racecourse, the tower of which is 24 metres tall.
24 metres.
Yeah.
But other than that, historically, because this is a historic town,
yeah,
there aren't very many tall buildings.
Some of the development of sort of 15, 16 metres is quite, I think on Toaster South, even some of the residential parameters allow houses up to about 15 metres in height if you've got 3-storey or thereabouts development. That would be to the top of the roof of a pitched roof. But I would also clarify, sort of reiterate that there is also precedent's probably not the right word, but the adjoining site AL3, where the upper parameters that are consented for that are 21 meters for at least one of the parcels from memory.
Because it's 21 meters, that is effectively, as you say.
Well, obviously each site has to be assessed on its merits, and each site will have, depending on its position, it has a different visual impact. So, you know, it is possible that one, you know, whilst it's acceptable in one position, it may not be in another. But
I've never seen this many complaints from local parish councils.
Sorry, we're
about visual-
straying from a question, councillor.
Yeah, no, but I've never seen
Well,
this
no,
about.
this is question time.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a
Debate is
question.
for later.
I'm going to ask a question. But has another form of coloration been considered rather than the one we've had in front of us? Because it is quite an impact when you see it.
do you mean in terms of the cladding?
Yeah.
Style? I mean, the cladding style has been developed specifically for the site. You know, in different locations, you see lots of different cladding approaches for warehouses, be it sort of like a barcode or graded from light to dark going upwards. I think that generally speaking, you know, it's best to devise a scheme that works for the site and for that scheme. There is a design code on this which will ensure that the reserve matters elements are consistent with the treatment of plot 1, so that, you know, from that point of view we have consistency. But I think with the visual impacts, there's also the case of playing off the short distance views and the long distance views, and sometimes different approaches work better, you know, for one or the other. The approach taken here is, I think, arguably more in mind of the longer distance views, where the height that's been chosen is approximately level with the horizon line or the top of the tree line, and then anything that has a chance of protecting above that.
I appreciate
it's
the considerate nature that you put, consideration that you put into that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks you, councillor Sharps. Maybe you want to ask that of the applicant when the opportunity. I've got next councillor Parker, please. First, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll confine my questions really to transport distribution, because it is a distribution site after all. 7.32, you've used traffic survey from Magna Park and Lutterworth. Why have you done that? Why don't you use the data from here when you're doing the modelling? And also related to that, you said that 3 days is the standard, or that's what the government say anyway. Presumably you can do more than 3 days in taking readings. You don't just have to take 3 days. You could do a week. That's the first question, if you want to answer that.
Thank you. To be clear, the applicants have done the surveys, not the council, but they've used Magna Park, and what they did surveys of actually a month. It was the best part of a month in June. So they did do a prolonged period, and my understanding of what they did was that they've used, as agreed with National Highways, the highest day or period during that nearly a month of surveys to base their traffic generation potential on. And I think there have been cross checks as well against other data within something called TRIX that's been done by colleagues, and they've confirmed that it's a reasonable approximation of the traffic generation from the site from those types of uses.
Thank you. A couple of other quick points before I go on to the modelling. 7.44, last sentence. The congestion will occur despite the introduction of the Toaster Relief Road and the proposed highway mitigation scheme at Tove Roundabout. That's also, look at then 7.52. NH notes there is a potential for the totality of AL allocated sites at the end of the local plan 2031 to have a severe cumulative impact, which would adversely affect the operation of Tove Roundabout. So going on to the modelling, 7.56, last para. Discussions regarding the modelling and calibration. The applicants over extended period of time has included several meetings and regular correspondence WSP, who have been advising LHA in respect of the modelling, advise that they continue to have concerns with the validity of the applicant's approach. 7.57, the highways, LHA raised significant concerns with NH regarding the impacts of the development of the highway network and what it considers to be a potential severe cumulative impacts of the development that will arise in 2031 on the strategic road network SRN, as evidenced in the applicant's 2031 model. 7.59, I think it is. Yes. The LHA considers that as a duty to advise that in its opinion, the implications of the development subject to this planning application are likely to be underestimated. So when you go to the summary, if you'd be pleased to know, I can stop talking then. It states, despite the LHA's significant concerns around the operation of the SRN, going to the last paragraph, and considers that identified capacity issues come 2031 are a matter to be resolved through a jointly agreed approach between NH and LHA, adopted through policy. Consequently, both highway authorities raised no objections. That seems strange because when you look at 7.52, the officer notes regarding policy, there is no guarantee at this stage that an agreed policy will be approved. So we've gone nowhere on that, and it doesn't give any timelines for anyone to hang the hook on. I actually think the current transport modelling is completely flawed.
Your question, Councillor Parker, is?
I don't think you can accept the transport modelling. It's just wrong. They're just using the wrong information. And that's because, as I said at the beginning, it's a distribution site. That means vehicles. That's what it is. So if you've got that wrong, you shouldn't get that wrong, not in this case. I don't know who's done it, whether it's DHL or the other ones, but they should not get that wrong on a distribution site. Thank you, Chair.
Response from officers?
I'll start, but maybe planning colleagues will want to round up. But in terms of the technical nature of the modelling and the trip generation, just noting your comments about distribution, I think we are satisfied that the trip generation calculations for the potential from the site are okay. That approach it seems reasonable to go and survey a similar site, similar land uses of a similar scale as was partially built at that time. I guess the problem, well, not the problem, the concerns of us highway officers here on behalf of West Northamptonshire as Highway Authority are that we have, and you'll see from, you've read the comments, you can see them, we have remaining concerns about some of the way the modelling has been done in terms of the application of growth and assumptions about how traffic may reassign across the network due to Toaster Relief Road and other things. But the basic issue for us as a local highway authority is that the major impacts on the strategic road network. We are not the highway authority for the strategic road network. So we have spoken to National Highways many times about this, and you can see, hopefully you can get the gist of that from what you see written in front of you. But ultimately their decision was not to object to the planning application on highways grounds. And because it's their road network, that's their prerogative, if you like.
Could I, Chair, just to come back, I accept what the gentleman's saying. What I would say, it doesn't stop you as LHA putting in the report that you are still concerned and you are against this application. I know it's national and they do it, but it would be very useful because national never turn up here, it's only yourselves, that was actually stated. You've actually said you're concerned. That was your words. So, thank you, Chair. Sorry to
Okay.
I think just to answer that question. You've seen that we have expressed our concerns, but ultimately it needs to be weighed in the balance because it's not our road network. So we have no powers on that network.
Okay, let's move on. Councillor Humphries, I believe, wants to speak. Oh, sorry, ask a question. Thank you. Would you like to move the microphone closer when you do, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Just going back to the supplementary planning brief, which James reminds us was a material consideration. It's a significant material consideration, isn't it? Which that's as stated in this report. Looking at the document, there are a couple of things I wanted to ask. As regards the allocation of AL1, it talks about the Northern Gateway acting as a key arrival point into the historic settlement, and its function should be fully considered relative to the design quality of proposals at AL1 and AL2, as well as scale and massing. And it talks about sensitive delivery of any development of some small, medium, and in exceptional circumstances, large development units. Could you also explain why this is exceptional circumstances and how such a vast development in open countryside can act as a pivotal northern gateway, particularly as regards the LP Objective 3, which talks about, which says it's relevant to AL1 and AL2. It says Objective 3 to facilitate tourism and leisure related growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So I think just in response to that, I mean, as a Northern Gateway, the site is allocated for employment development, which, you know, whilst obviously efforts can be made, it's arguably not the most beautiful type of development relative to, say, housing development or something else. So you can only kind of sort of do so much with it, I suppose, is one way of phrasing it. The application does include a robust scheme of mitigation to help sort of soften the appearance. So as we saw in those CGIs, there's extensive landscaping, planting, there's retention of existing vegetation in those positions. But in terms of the sort of scale and massing and the size of the units, I think that's one point where the SPD is possibly a little problematic because the reference to there needing to be sort of exceptional circumstances for the use of or the delivery of larger buildings actually goes beyond the provisions of the policy, so AL1, and what an SPD can't do is sort of add additional constraint or additional policy. So I think that reference to exceptional circumstances is I'm trying to think of the correct way of phrasing it, but it's not the strongest of hooks to hang something on. So in terms of the scale of building, what we're sort of dictated by is the size parameters which are set out in the middle section of the report. I did have a link to it, but it's page 38. And then obviously the sections within the framework for AL1, which give an indication as to the sorts of MP, I think.
That's right, that's just our MP dialing into the meeting.
So the building height, scale and massing is covered in paragraphs 625 in there, which does obviously discuss small and medium-sized buildings and large-scale buildings within that. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Manners again.
Thank you, Chair. Can we go back to the Tove Valley changes, please? The Tove roundabout changes proposed. why was it?
Sorry, the map. Would you like me to?
Yeah, the map would be
bring the
useful
map?
just to understand it, but I can speak while you're finding it, Dan. There was no recognition of the exit from Greens Norton and the Woolgrower site in terms of a traffic lights, or have I misread that? Because access from Greens Norton onto the roundabout is quite a hair-raising journey as it stands, let alone when Woolgrowers happens. And I recognise there are two lanes going to be there, one going north.
Yes, so the proposals would not see any signalling introduced to the Greens Norton arm of the roundabout. I mean, as we, I think, experienced when we did the member site visit, even at present, coming out of that arm is, you know.
But why not?
That would probably be more a question for my colleagues to my left. I assume it's down to signalling timing, and the more signals you have, the more
Okay.
breaks it provides for the.
For some
other
context, Nick
routes.
Henstock, who's I think Haley's boss, actually suggested in an email that it could be considered only last week.
I don't know if you.
I'm not aware of that. Just to jump in and try and help. So it's on, Chair. Sorry. I'm just trying to keep by your 4 inches rule, or without being too overpowering. So the changes that are being done to the Tove roundabout as part of DHR include widening the exit on the A5 and widening the entry, and some changes to the circulatory carriageway. Now, the modelling that's been submitted shows that the result of that is not to have any extensive queuing on the Greens Norton Road. So in terms of signalisation of that arm as part of this proposal, it was not shown as being necessary.
Okay, well, I think experience, unfortunately, sort of supersedes your modelling. And secondly, we're going for 3 lanes, I understand, but National Highways wanted 2 lanes. Is that correct? And that was the source of quite a lot of the dispute.
It's changed to 2. Is the final position, as I understand it.
It's
2.
changed to 2, has it? So does that invalidate the modelling that was based on 3?
I believe National Highways responded to that point directly and confirmed that they were satisfied it was okay.
Yes, so sorry if I could just.
How does that work? We're going back to Councillor Parker's comment. I mean, we've now got a change in design from what was originally proposed in the paper that we're being asked to consider, modelling based on that. And 2 lanes versus 3 makes quite a significant difference to a layman.
So if I can just respond on that. So the plan you have on screen is the version which National Highways have raised no objection to. And it does indicate 3 lanes. So I think we're looking in, just use the cursor, this section here, because there's currently 3 lanes already from memory in this position. So there's 3 lanes in this area. I think there have been various iterations. I think National Highways' position is that having, I think I'm right in saying it this way, having 3 lanes there doesn't actually assist with the capacity of the roundabout because of the way that the traffic would flow around it. And what it does is it constrains the width of the lanes, which actually leads to other problems. So National Highways have stipulated, I believe, a preference for it only being 2 lanes at that point, because it doesn't have a detrimental impact on the actual functioning of the roundabout, and
But
therefore it doesn't
DHL's
invalidate.
consultants suggested 3 lanes, and they're experts and so what we've now got is different experts conflicting.
Yes, I mean, I think the key point with a lot of this is that the scheme that's provided here is almost like an initial assessment, isn't it? It's like a phase 1 stage, and then there was, subsequent to this, there would be further detailed design to really sort of ratify it down to a final scheme in terms of the minutiae of the detail. So the way that the condition is worded is that the development is carried out in broad, what's the term? Yes, preliminary design. So it's carried out in broad compliance with, or I can't remember the exact wording, but that this essentially establishes the principle of the strategy, the way it will be dealt with, and then subsequent to this, there would be a section 278 application, which would really sort of screw that down to exactly how it works. And there's an element of
And
flexibility.
who's been
in that.
asked to pay for those changes?
Well, it's the applicant, as part of their section 278 application with National Highways, would work with them to drill that detail down. I mean, it's just as an example, it's probably quite similar to the situation we've had with the Toast Relief Road, where the A43 roundabout has taken a substantial amount of time to be delivered, because although we had an approved scheme, when the applicant wanted to get their section 278 agreement, that then led to further protracted discussions about the minutiae of the detail, which is why it's taken as long as it has. So, but it's just to sort of reiterate the point that there is that element of the process to go through to really sort of refine the final design.
And so going back to Councillor Parker's comment, we don't, as a WNC, have any we don't have the final say as to whether we agree or not agree with the changes proposed, which could impact local residents.
Well,
because I don't have confidence in National Highways at this moment in time.
So what we would be consenting as part of this development is that the development was carried out in accordance with, general compliance with this scheme here. So now, obviously, if there was a need to amend that, then hypothetically that could be dealt with through subsequent applications to vary. But essentially, what we are consenting is compliance with the broad principles of the design of this highway improvement works.
Okay, and a second
Quiet,
question,
please.
slightly
Quiet.
more detailed, please. The pathway going from the roundabout up to Bell Plantation is less than 3 meters, which is the required standard. And as we're looking to try and encourage people to walk, cycle from Toaster up to, are we really happy with that pinch point there?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think the normal, it's fair to say the normal expected standard for a footway cycleway is shared footway cycleway at 3 meters in width. However, National Highways have indicated that in this instance, they are satisfied with 2 meters in width, but the existing pavement would be set back from the carriageway by 1 meter. So there would be a buffer to separate pedestrians and cyclists from vehicles. And the reason my understanding is the reason they've are content with that is because it would there would be less than 200 users per hour of the footway. So essentially the demand for traffic on that shared footway cycleway isn't so great as to make it sort of absolutely essential that
If it's not very safe, people won't use it. I mean, I'd like to ask Hayley, are you happy with that particular point? And does it comply with your understanding of the policy?
Yeah, hi. We did look at initially having the 3 meter shared footway cycleway, but we had to take advice from National Highways as their network, and it seemed feasible and it's safer than what is existing. And to have that meter buffer makes sense when you're on a trunk road and you're either like a pedestrian or a cyclist. It does give you that degree of safety. It is worth noting as well that the site is, as soon as feasibly possible, taking the cycleway through at the first point they can, taking it into their site to make it safer for users of their site, and it will take them off the carriageway and within the site. So yeah, I'm satisfied that it is a betterment of what is existing and what can be achieved.
We haven't got people going to play football now. We haven't got people going to work, and we haven't got people trying to get to Bell Plantation in great numbers because it's not safe. It's not fit for purpose. So
Thank you. I'm keen to move on to the public question. I'll take one more question from councillor Pritchard, please.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned earlier on that it was 1,300 full-time employments. Is that from zone 1, 2 or 3?
So that's the overall job provision from the site as an estimate. Now, obviously, zones 2 and 3 and 4 are in outline only, so we don't have any, you know, it's sort of a finger in the air to a certain extent, because we don't have the detail as to exactly what job provision there will be.
When you think of the you know, the traffic modelling and so on, it's in a situation there where when you think of that the area with regards to Towcester and South Northants has probably one of the lowest employment rates in the country. So therefore, when you think it will actually bring in lots of other people from around the area, you know,
It's a
the
question,
Northampton,
it's all part of the debate.
yeah, okay, it was just an area that, do you consider that, has that been considered with regards to traffic, that there will be lots of people coming into this particular area with regards to employment?
Thank you. So yeah, the trip generation is just based on generic trip rates from based on the Magna Park site. So it doesn't assume that anything's localized. There's been no discounts to the trip generation to account for people being local or being diverted trips. You know, if they were going to have worked somewhere else and then divert to the site, that's not taken into account. So it assumes that it's all new.
What actually is the trip rate? Because obviously when you look at Northampton Gateway, we were given something like 26,000 trip movements per day. What sort of trip movements will there actually be on this site?
That's a good question that I'll have to come back to you on if I can. I'll need to look it up. If I can come back to you, I will give you an answer.
Okay.
Thank you. I am now keen to move on to the chance for all our public speakers to address this meeting. I have a list of speakers in front of me, and you heard Sarah Bowles, our local MP, ding into the meeting, and she's first on my list. So I'd invite her to join the meeting. All speakers have up to 5 minutes to speak. I will warn them when 4 minutes is up, and they have a minute left to speak. Afterwards, they can then take questions from the committee, and we'll do that in order as listed. So welcome, Sarah. Thank you very much for phoning into this meeting, and when you start speaking, you'll have 5 minutes. I'll warn you when there's one to go. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Inappropriately located new development can have unsustainable consequences. These important words are a direct quote from the South Northamptonshire Local Plan Part 2, which you will recognise, and must be at the forefront of decision makers' minds. I speak for thousands of residents when I express my grave concerns over this proposal, and I implore councillors to consider the breaches of policy and objectives which the DHL application presents. Towcester, or Lactodorum, is, as the local plan states, the oldest town in Northamptonshire. Policy SS2A and B state that planning permission can only be granted where the proposed development maintains the individual identity of towns and integrates with its local surroundings. Indeed, when describing AL1 and AL2, the supplementary planning document, SPD, states, I quote, "This northern gateway acts as a key arrival point into the historic settlement, and its function should be fully considered relative to the quality of the proposals at AL1 and AL2, as well as scale and massing." The visual impact of such a development is deeply concerning. With the units reaching around 20 metres high on their building plateau, served by a consistent 24-hour flow of bright yellow lorries and vans, this application fails to demonstrate compatibility or integration with our most historic town and this area of fields and beauty. This type of B8 warehousing is not in keeping with the spirit of the local plan and SPD, nor with the existing Blair plantation. This proposal is not the type of small and medium-sized commercial buildings you as councillors or the local plan intended. How a warehouse delivery unit placed there can conserve the tranquility of the natural and built environment that Objective 9 seeks to achieve cannot be answered. Considering the visual impact further, the SPD states in regard to AL1 that, quote, there is a need for greater sensitivity in developing areas along the north and northeastern edges of this site due to the rising topography and rural character of the land, making this part of the site sensitive to receptors from the north, east and west, across the countryside from several public rights of way, country roads and villages. Councillors, ask yourselves, are you satisfied that DHL's development will not sit contrary to all of this? Turning to pollution, policy SS21G requires the development to have, quote, appropriate regard to its effect on air quality, and 1F requires a development not to unacceptably harm the amenities and neighbouring properties. We have to put this in context. There is undeniable background growth of traffic across this area, and National Highways has acknowledged to me that even without this development, congestion in Towcester will worsen in the years to come. Therefore, this can only be exacerbated by this development. And whilst DHL's modelling does not have to look beyond the opening year, we have to think realistically about what this will mean in practice in the long term. Ultimately, the congested Tove roundabout will see excess traffic being forced not only along the Towcester Relief Road, but also through the surrounding villages. Think of the detrimental effect on the air quality from added congestion in Greens Norton, Tiffield, Dunkirk, Caldicot, Grimscote, Tattershall, Coldheim and Ascot, to name but a few. We have to consider the cumulative impact of these decisions and its legacy for our community. Thirdly, on employment. Paragraph 13.2.1 of the local plan states that, quote, there is no specific identified need for additional employment to meet the needs of the town. Objectives 1 and 2 of the local plan relate to job creation. However, a large-scale set of warehousing does not create the jobs required, given the plan identifies the resident workforce is highly skilled and professional. It will therefore only encourage workers to commute in from outside the area and therefore further exacerbate existing traffic congestion. I'm also yet to be satisfied that Objective 5, sustainable transport measures, will be met with the proposed bus route. This development neither meets the demand for small and medium-sized units, nor contributes to reducing the level of outcommute, both of which are central to the local plan. This planning application therefore fails to satisfy policy grounds set out in the local plan and SPD on visual impact, employment, air quality, traffic, and compatibility with the identity of the area. I would urge the committee to listen to the voices of concern and reject this planning application. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. If you stay sat there, there may be questions from our committee members. That's okay with you. I'm looking around. Does anybody? Gonzalez de Savage, please.
Thanks, Chairman. Sarah, good to see you this afternoon, and we're very pleased that you're able to engage and understand some of the complexities that we have before us. One thing that has clearly been raised by you is national highways in many areas, and we've already been discussing that, you might have heard. Can I ask you please to try and not just raise it as national highways, but to get national highways to come here and be visible to those members of the public and the committee that quite clearly has a significant number of questions to them. And are you able to confirm either way of the views of national highways? Are they real views, or are they views that they've expressed through an AI system?
Well, thank you very much. No, I agree with you. I think it's especially in such an important application and decision, and when actually the traffic and the impact from national highways is absolutely crucial, that they should be here. And I think we do need a much more open conversation, because I was very disappointed when I'd heard that the objection had been dropped without necessarily a full background for all of us to understand. And there's been a lot of confusion, and I'm not happy by that, because I think it's doing a disservice to all of us. What we are wanting to do is make sure that we have the best town and area in the future, and that the developments, serve the needs of the people best. So I had a conversation with Victoria Lazenby about national highways, but I'm very happy to continue to have conversations, and I agree. I think they should be coming before us all.
Thank you. Very helpful indeed.
There appears to be no further questions for you, Sarah, so thank you for dialing in. I'll continue with the questions from other members of the public. Thank you now. Right, I now like to invite Nick Wood of Save Toast now to come to the front and sorry, I can only read off the sheet I have. Apologies, Mike. Same rules apply. Please get the microphone fairly close to you. And when you start speaking, I'll count down the 5 minutes for you. Get comfortable first. Press the button in the middle of the. No. Hang on. Well, no, go on.
Sorry, microphone. Question put to Dell about the traffic figures. He has the answer now. I didn't know if you wanted it at this point or.
I'll take it out. It was for council manners, I believe. Or no, Pritchard.
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 Sorry, Chair, for
No.
interjecting now. Just thought
Thanks
to
for coming
close that
back.
out. I've had a look back at the transport assessment. Unfortunately, it doesn't express it as daily, because obviously in modelling terms, and I know we've talked a lot about modelling, but we're interested in primarily what's going on at the busiest periods of the day on the network. What I can say is that the trip generation from the site is around up to 277 vehicles an hour. But that probably won't be a constant pattern all day, but that's certainly the period starting 7 in the morning till 8 and 8 till 9, and similar patterns 4 till 5 and 5 to 6. It's around about 200 vehicles per hour.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It depends. Sorry, I shouldn't respond, but somebody said 300. It varies. It's up to 277 vehicles per hour.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's get back to Mike, who hasn't his chance. You press the button in the centre. Get close to the microphone-ish.
Save Toaster now represents over 1,400 members and nearly 5,000 petition signatories. It reflects the view of more than 1,100 neighbourhood objections, 18 local parish councils who represent about 27,000 residents in and around Toaster. We recently wrote to you all praising you in detail of how this application contravenes various national and council policies in a myriad of ways. In the interest of time, I do not plan to repeat policy references. Today, we will focus on 4 key objections. 1, visual impact. Toaster is a historic town in a predominantly rural setting. The proposed warehouses will be seen from multiple points from the north, west and east of the site and dominate the A5 Northern Gateway to Toaster. With the necessary plateau, warehouse 1 will rise to 23.5 metres with a footprint of 24,000 square metres. Remaining plateau warehouses will be up to 30 metres high with a footprint of up to 47,000 square metres. The impact of these giant buildings, usually found on motorway corridors, as confirmed by WNC's own consultant Max Askew, will not be robustly mitigated with bunds, painting or planting. Remember, this is a hybrid application for 1, but it is also de facto approval of all buildings on this site. 2, sustainability, safety and modal shift. This has been allocated as a sustainable site, yet clearly does not comply with either safety or modal shift. Council policy requires a 20% shift from private cars in all new developments. Further, the majority of vacancies will be filled from outside the area, requiring significant in-commuting. NPPF 114 states it should be ensured that safe and suitable access to the site can be achieved for all users. Yet the application will see cyclists, wheelchair users and pedestrians use a pathway alongside a busy 4-lane highway carrying HGVs, which at points is 2 metres wide. At the pinch point, there is no buffer, less than the government's recommended safe width of 3 metres. Note also, National Highways in their letter to WNC August 2023 expressed concerns over the Tove roundabout design we've just seen. Driver comprehension, particularly with increased risk of sideswipe collisions, increasing the probability of vehicle striking or overrunning the curb adjacent to pedestrian crossing in the Splitter Island. This application fails across both access and the roundabout. It is quite simply dangerous. The Grenfell inquiry highlighted the real-world consequences of adopting minimum standards approach to safety. Proposed economic and social benefits. Leaving aside the community orchard, DHL claim economic benefit mainly through employment. As of May 2024, Towcester had an unemployment rate of 1.58%. That's about 190 people. DHL is not creating 1,300 jobs. It is creating 1,300 vacancies. The majority low or medium skilled, which will be filled from mainly outside the area. Where those figures of several £1 million came from, I don't know. By busing in people who will stay mostly on site and not support the local economy. It's a complete waste of a finite resource, valuable employment allocation land. And regarding the football pitches, this application provides land only with some small amount of landscaping, nothing else. Finally, traffic. By the way, I'm the traffic lead for Safe Towcester now. So if you do have any questions, I have a lot of answers to some of the questions that were raised earlier that our colleagues aren't able to give you. After 2 years of significant reservation, National Highways abandoned its hold on this application without DHL having provided any significant new data or drawings. So here are a few facts. DHL forecast an additional 4,430 vehicles per weekday. The base figures, much discussed, used to create the traffic forecasts. The day of the week is less relevant. It's the year 2021 when we were still under the cloud of COVID. The model assumes that the 2,750 house Towcester development will be just 60% complete. DFT policy states it should be 100%. National Highways assessment is that between 2025 and 2031, the tow roundabout will not cope. They also say some form of strategic mitigation will be required. Nobody knows what it is, the cost, who will play, and when it will be delivered. On traffic alone, this application should be refused. So in summary, this application will result in disastrous visual impact, traffic chaos, lack of economic benefit, and it will be unsafe for motorists and pedestrians alike. It will irrevocably change Towcester and South Northants, affecting generations to come. Vote to reject it.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Questions for Mr. Wood from committee members? Yes, councillor Humphreys, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wood. Just on the pinch point, you said that there was no buffer. I hadn't read about that. So there's just a 2 metre strip, a cycle walking path there. That's correct?
The land that is owned by the current Bell Plantation gets right up to the existing edge of the footpath. And as far as I'm aware, there is no plan to shift the whole of the A5 to the west in order to create a buffer. Actually, if you measure it right now, it's about 1.6 meters, not 2 meters. It's actually pretty scary.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yes, councillor Gonzalez Savage, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wood, sorry, just can you repeat how many people you represent or have signed in support of your statement?
We get the right.
And do they all live in the area? Although I'm very proud not necessarily to live on the doorstep here, but to use Towcester nearly every other day.
The vast, so we've got about roughly 1,400 members, 5,000 people signed the petition. We can only assume that the bulk of those came from the immediate area of Towcester and a few of the surrounding villages, because those are the doors that we stuffed leaflets through. The number of objections, I mean, if there was a point earlier made about the 1,100 objections, and could you phrase a question? If I was to phrase a question to Mr. Callis, I would say, is the number of 1,100 objections, that's the approximate number because there are about 4 or 5 gone in even today, is that normal for an application like this? I don't know.
Okay, thank you. So, through you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wood, obviously then you would have members who represent perhaps Farthinghoe, live in that area with a pinch point and the concerns that are there. Can I ask you also, have you approached National Highways with your concerns?
Yeah, so we've had a number of discussions, more lately than earlier with National Highways, a bit of going backwards and forwards. what can I say about them? It was a big surprise to us that they did a 180-degree U-turn on their views. Many concerns they left in place for 2 years. And then at the 11th hour, I think it was round about the time that DHL sent a sort of a put up or shut up notice to you and said they wanted it done by 23rd of April. All of a sudden, the 3-month period that National Highways normally take to consider these was down to about 6 weeks. All of a sudden, they managed to accommodate this with this new 2-lane option that National Highways' idea that was. But unfortunately, in all the discussions that we've had, all we've had is verbal comments that, yes, it will work, but we've not been able to scrutinise the model. I don't think your colleagues at WNC Highways have been able to scrutinise the model. It's not had any sort of safety audit put on it. The stage 1 road safety audit that the current DHL design is subject to, this 2-lane approach has not got that. So again, more questions than answers from National Highways, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Manners, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mike, just to confirm, your view on using 2021 as the modelling base was inappropriate?
Absolutely. So can I?
No, we can, and then I'm going to ask Highways to actually give a response to that, if I may.
No, you
No,
can't do that.
I
This
can't
is
do that,
only a
right.
question time.
Okay, so if you give me your response, please.
I'll happy to do that. So there was a bit of discussion earlier that I listened interestingly to whether the survey should have been done on a Monday or a Thursday or whatever day of the week. To be honest, that's dwarfed by the fact that it was taken in 2021. Now, the applicant says all government regulations regarding the pandemic have been removed in 2021. That is true. But if you look at the Office of National Statistics data, TRA 4101, that studies the history of traffic flows in the UK, going back many years, you can see that in 2021, the traffic volume was 15% lower than it was last year. So in other words, whether it's Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, that's dwarfed 15%. So in my view, we're already at breaking point with the base. Many people raised objections about the base numbers because the models that were coming out the base didn't reflect the reality they knew already, particularly on the queuing from the Abthorpe roundabout to the Tove roundabout, which, as everybody in this room will know, that's a daily occurrence that it queues the entire length of that. Whereas the models that with the base used, I think if I'm speaking from memory, I remember it said something like 11 vehicles was the typical queue length for the peak in the afternoon. Now, that may well have been the case in 2021 when everybody's working from home, ordering via delivery or whatever, but it's certainly not the case now. So we've built this thing on very rocky foundations.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody other questions? We'll take the next speaker if not. Thank you, Mike Wood. And I now call upon Nigel Ozier, planning consultant from the CPRE, to come forward, please. Same rules. Well, you've done it before, I know.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you say, Chair, I represent CPRE Northamptonshire, and I have significant concerns about this current application. I know members will have already received correspondence from CPRE, including their summary, which draws attention to the principal points in their submissions. I won't be repeating this comments, even though a lot of it will be familiar to you today. I will, as quickly as possible in this time plot, set out my concerns on their behalf. Firstly, I'd like to quote from the comments made in response to the consultations from your policy team. Note, they didn't actually say no objection. This is their quote.
We consider that whilst the overarching principle of the proposed development of this site for employment purposes is acceptable by virtue of its allocation in policy AL1, the allocation needs to be considered in its entirety, and it is the findings of the above information, detailed further in AL1 and supporting text, coupled with broader development management considerations that will be determine the acceptability of the scheme. This statement by your policy team is exactly how I view this hybrid application. Obviously, it is agreed employment site in the local plan and it will develop for employment purposes, but not necessarily this development. You have every right as a committee to find that there are reasons why, material considerations, that this is not the right site for this development. I consider development management considerations show that this site, this proposal, is not acceptable and not sustainable. I'll take one aspect, and I know we have touched on this a lot today already, and that is the impact of the scale of the development. For the full permission part of the site, and I'm going to take as a parameters plan all of it is probably committed because it shows things and it doesn't say it's illustrative only. For the full permission of the site, zone 1, we have a building which is 200 meters long, 100 meters in depth, with a height of around 18.5 meters, subject to changes in ground level. Obviously some raised ground. So we are probably talking about anything above the 18.5. This is against an open countryside background next to the A5 and on the approach, or as somebody said today, gateway to your town. Next to that is zone 3, showing another completely large shed, 175 meters long. So here we have 375 meters of what I call crinkly tin, showing you as you come down the A5. Then we have zone 2, with the possibility, potential of 250 meter long building by 125 meters building, also raised 6 meters off the ground when you stand on the A5. No amount of buffer or landscaping, although we say we have to wait 15 years even to cover some of that building, will actually avoid the starkness of that building when you approach Towcester. It's not a sustainable location for this development. And I'm somewhat surprised, with respect to Dan, that as a planning officer in his report, he compares the height of a large shed with a tower on Towcester Racecourse. I believe the actual impact of the scale of that development, that amount of shed, that height of shed, will be absolutely detrimental. And I do not believe the landscape visual assessment has assessed it appropriately. To me then, development management principles, and we know all the other things that have been mentioned already, show that the scale of buildings on this site is just not right for the edge of your town, next to open countryside or as your approach. And therefore I believe that assessed against landscape, assessed against the policies in your plan, it is wrong. And briefly, I've set those out in my letter, but I will touch on it in terms of policy SA, S8 and S10 of the JCS. Sustainability development principles are important, and I believe it conflicts directly with criteria E and I. It clearly does not protect, conserve, or enhance the environment. In respect to policy T1, it seems in total conflict. A national distribution warehouse system layout proposal is just not sustainable on the A5 next to that Tove roundabout. In respect of the Part 2 local plan, then SS2, criteria 1, the identity of the town. 2, scale. And Part 3, enhance or create a high quality public realm. Really? I don't think so.
Your time is up, Mr. Hosier.
Thank you. I have that one.
So as usual, I invite questions from the members of Mr. Hosier if they want to. Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nigel. You referred in one of your papers that you sent us to the Weekly Hall in the north of the county that had been turned down. I'll just find the papers. I can't find it. Are you aware of the Weekly Hall? It was turned down. It was a B8 application. It was mentioned in the CPRE papers.
I'm not aware of it as I didn't make that particular
Okay,
submission.
fine.
I
No,
apologize.
no, that's fine. Thank you. Weekly Woods.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I know it was an appeal decision, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, in the absence of any more questions, thank you, Mr. Ozier, to turn to your
Thank you,
seat.
sir.
I now call David Carmichael from Toaster Town Council to come forward and take the microphone. I believe we're expecting Rachel on your. I'm making no judgments, sir. So if you take the microphone, press the button in the centre. Yeah, and no, is that on? Yeah, it's on now. I'll count you out. Cheers, thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm David Carmichael from Toaster Town Council. We have a number of, we've raised a number of objections to this over a number of years, many of which we've never received any response from DHL. But I'll go through some of them and hopefully that will interest. So in response to a national highways dated on the 18th of August 2023, it is recommended that planning permission not be granted for a further period of 3 months to allow the applicant to provide additional information which was required. Toaster Town Council strongly supports the national highways with regards to the integrity of the survey data presented, which is the primary and recurring theme within the objections recorded to date. All applications will have an impact on the junction need to undertake a cumulative impact sensitivity report to demonstrate that their element can be accommodated safely on the strategic road network with a consideration with other development sites. Principally, you cannot look upon this site on its own. It requires AL 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, together with the hideous amount of development work that's going on through Milton Keynes further down the A5. It only the queues going back to the old Stratford roundabout in the morning are already seeing us already backed well towards Paulsbury. The aspect of adding another, what was that, 227 vehicles an hour potentially going down there or coming to and from there. It would just, we could well be queued much further back. The visual impact. The Town Council accepts the designation of AL1 as an employment site within the South North Hants local plan. However, it considers that the scale of the proposed development is entirely inappropriate on the approach to the historic market town of Toaster. The subsequent South North Hants local plan supplementary planning document was adopted by West North Hants in 2022 and limits the permitted heights of buildings to 16 metres. It is noted that the applicant's submission with respect to the visual impact of development is contrary to the independent local visual impact assessment commissioned by West North Hants Council and produced by Max Askew. The Town Council's view is that the above application must conform to the limits set out in the SPD, which in combination with additional significant planting to address anticipated changes in landscape due to ash dieback should help towards mitigation and visual impact of the developments that it surrounds. Noise impact. The Town Council requests that due consideration be given to the independent report submitted by former acoustic consultant Mr. Mark Bishop with regards to the potential noise disturbance from the proposed development. He questions the validity of the data used by the applicant and its subsequent assessment that concludes there will be no negative noise impact from the site on the basis of the information provided. Mr. Bishop's own conclusion is that the proposed site will produce a significant negative noise impact, which will effectively allow its occupiers to operate a statutory noise nuisance. This presents a major issue, more so as the site plans to be operational for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Town Council requests that WNC commissions an independent noise impacts assessment. This will provide a truly autonomous report for the Strategic Planning Committee. Flood assessment. The response submitted by Mr. John Russell with respect to flood risk noted that the information was outstanding. This references the report to West North Hants Water Cycle Strategy 2009, which states there is a risk of flood mitigation measures in one area, exacerbating flood risk in other parts of the catchment. Even if anticipated guidance for individual sites is followed, it is therefore recommended that detailed consideration is given to the cumulative impact of development sites across the study area, which includes Toaster. it is imperative that WNC has taken advice from the Environment Agency and other relevant authorities on the cumulative impact of proposed and approved developments on the flood risk Towster.
1 minute to go.
I shall try and summarize. So on traffic modeling, which has already been raised, but inadequate and based on data that is out of date and collected during the pandemic when travel levels were lower. The applicant refuses to, the applicant places unduly great reliance upon the relief road, alleviating traffic from the A3 and the A5, which is highly questionable and still in dubious doubt as to whether it will ever be completed. The consequence of increased traffic queuing on the A43, A5 roundabout in Northampton Road, as residents of the Shires estate, this already suffers considerable issues from rat running and speeding. The impact on local connectivity between the town and outlying villages as a result of the A3 and A5 roundabout being overly congested. Potential increase to flood risks, unsuitable employment mix, air pollution and detriment to AQMA, potential light pollution, potential noise disturbance, and so the objections go on and on and on.
But not you, the 5 minutes are up.
Tragically, this is something.
Do we have any questions for David Carmichael? Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question, Mr. Carmichael, this
Yes.
afternoon. You raised a point that you'd made representations through the town council to DHL over many years,
Yes.
and you have never received a reply. I'm surprised.
We have received replies, but to say they answered any questions would be polite.
Okay, may I just then complete that point? It's an interesting element, which is that, and I do stress this to all applicants when they put forward plans of this nature.
Yes.
At our committees, is why have they not met with you out of interest? Have you invited them to a council meeting?
No, we have invited them to several council meetings. We've invited them to a specific, you know, so it was just them. But they either declined, they didn't like, because council meetings are public events, they didn't like the aspect that they would be meeting us, but it wouldn't be a closed shop. All council meetings are open to the public. So
Absolutely.
they were not in favour of meeting the public. I can't imagine why.
Okay, that's very helpful indeed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Carmichael.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Carmichael. You can return to your chair.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Manners, I do apologise.
Thank you, Chair. A very quick question. I was interested by what you had to say, and I'm slightly surprised that you don't mention the football club being relocated there.
As in, well, I believe it's additional to the football club. I mean, we've already got the football club space that's existed for a number of years. We have a new football club or new football spaces being developed as part of the Southern Urban Extension, and this will be additional land on top of that. And whilst the additional football club will be beneficial, I personally, and probably as a more personal viewpoint as opposed to the council viewpoint, but my personal view, I mean, I can't speak for the council on this, but the benefits of the football fields will probably be lost on the fact that no one will be able to get to them because they can't cross the A43. So
Sorry, yes, Councillor Humphries slipped in on the left there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on the football pitches provided by the new from the Sustainable Urban Extension, my understanding was that the football club would simply need to book them along with other groups who might require them, so it wouldn't guarantee them extra space. Is that right? And can you just remind us how the extent of the pitches?
Well, of course, at the moment it's still with Persimmons. We believe that the land will be transferred, hopefully slightly faster than the play parks, which is now taking nearly 5 years. But Persimmons at least have put grass on the field and built us a sports centre, so that's handy. It looks like it will be passed over to the town council, and as part of that, there will be booking for the Towster football club as part of that, because we do need a whole lot. There aren't enough playing fields in Towster. The expansion of the population, place fees for the young are in short supply in Towster, so we do need more playing fields. It's always a playoff, you know. In order to get more playing fields, someone's probably got to build something. I don't know, but I don't think the three playing fields with no clubhouse and indeed no grass is not necessarily, it is not necessarily worth the benefit of a destruction of the road system for years and years to come. The DHL have just lied about the traffic interpretation. They picked a year. I probably won't survive the council beyond next year now.
Okay, I
because of
think
this, but
you-
anyway, they just lied.
I think you've
They
answered it.
picked a date in 2021 that just didn't represent current flow.
I'll say with respect, you've answered the question about the football club, but it's campaign. Right, let's move on. At this point, I'm going to use my discretionary powers as chairman to allow 3 extra parish councils to speak. So I will invite Councillor Chris Bomer of Greens Norton Parish Council to come forward. Same rules and regulations, Chris. I'll tell you when 4 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Chris Bomer. I'm parish councillor for Greens Norton and Dunkirk Parish. I was chair of the PC for 8 years and resident for 26, although I don't think of myself as an expert in planning, I regard myself as an expert in Greens Norton. So whilst the parish council has views on lots of aspects of this application, I'll concentrate on 3 Greens Norton specific things. Firstly, the visual impact. You all know by now the scale of the application, the size of the height of the proposed units. The visual impact on my parish will be severe. The units will be easily visible from Dunkirk and Greens Norton, as you saw, and they will dominate the skyline for decades, regardless of DHL's imagining of 15-year-old trees. They'll spoil the current rural nature of our community. And obviously, we're not going to be happy with this change, but we feel that this development is far too big for the area and for the location. Secondly, on sustainability, there's a specific planning issue. We believe that the application breaches SS2 of the local plan, which requires safe and sustainable access for all. The application breaches this as there are no safe cycling or walking routes from Greens Norton and Dunkirk to the site. As the largest village near to this site, it's surely significant if we wanted to access the area for employment, for football or retail or whatever they're going to build afterwards, surely there would be a safe crossing of the A5. Finally, though, the big issue for us, I think, is traffic. Local highways say in their submission that there are residual issues, and I quote. I don't really know what that means, but they also note that there will not be severe impact on local routes, except that caused by national highways issues, which sounds a little odd. I thought there would be a planning definition of severe. I couldn't find one. Only that severe requires judgment. And I'm hoping that you will consider my comments as part of your judgment today. My judgment is that the traffic impact will be severe in our parish. Whilst we believe too that the National Highways traffic modelling is flawed, they remind you that whatever their modelling is based on, it's a guess. But we can know by definition that there will be more traffic. And we know already that when the traffic issues are around, so congestion or closure of the M1, which is frequent, national and local roads start to struggle. They can't cope now. Vehicles almost immediately, when there's a southbound issue, divert to avoid the Tove roundabout. They all already do. We can see them coming through Dunkirk and Greens Norton. They divert almost instantly because it's a shorter route. And with Apple Maps and Google Maps being ubiquitous, it happens instantly and it's obvious. This will divert vehicles, and probably some of those will be unsuitable ones. Define that as you wish. First through Dunkirk, which is a road which is single carriageway in several bits, goes past a care home as well as all of the local residents. And by the way, if any of you want to see the speeding data that we have, we've already put that in as part of our objections, and we continue to monitor that on the speed camera that we have going through Dunkirk. But once they get out of Dunkirk, they go into Greens Norton via a blind turn, They go past the school and recreation ground.
1 minute to go.
Thank you. They go down the high street with parked cars where it's a single vehicle only. And they then get to a bridge. Now, the bridge is a blind bridge with a blind brown. It's very narrow, but it turns out there's another bridge, one over the river. And 2 weeks ago, it was hit by a vehicle, and this resulted in closure of the road. This meant all the traffic had to exit Greens Norton via the roundabout at the other end, the Tove roundabout, which saw queues from the roundabout up to the sports club, more than half a mile every day. So imagine, if you will, the Wappingham Road queues, 13 vehicles up to 95, that'll go past the Greens Norton turn. Every day, Greens Norton will be cut off going south, east or west. Hope I only have to go north. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Good. Well timed, Mr. Bowman. Any questions for Mr. Bowman? That's good. Thank you. You can return to your seat. Again, using my discretionary powers, I call Iris Illingworth of Pattishall Parish Council to come forward and present in objection, please. If you draw the microphone slightly closer to you or down a bit and press the button at the bottom of the microphone. And when you commence, I will time you. No, I don't think it's come on yet. Press the button at the bottom. Yes, we're on.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, committee. I'm speaking on behalf of Pattishall Parish Council. We are north of the site, but it is going to have quite a significant effect on the residents. It will create additional traffic for all of the residents, and the traffic modelling by DHL suggests that 47% of the traffic will head towards the M1 via the A43. We know that frequent disruption on the M1 leads to significant traffic congestion on the Tove roundabout, and this will inevitably be avoided by heading north on the A5. A very recent survey in July 2024 by Northamptonshire Police Safer Roads team at the A5 Banbury Lane crossroads recorded almost 200,000 vehicles per week travelling northbound, with 80,000 vehicles travelling south towards Towcester. The impact of additional traffic from this development travelling north and south on the A5 will increase the potential for accidents at this dangerous A5 Banbury Lane junction, a junction which has been closed several times this year due to serious accidents. For residents from this parish, Towcester is the nearest town for shopping and health facilities, accessible via the A5. Any additional volume of vehicles from this development will cause increased traffic congestion and disruption for the local residents. The robustness of the DHL traffic modelling has to be questioned with regard to location, timing, and duration. I think it needs to be looked at further away from the Tove roundabout, to incorporate villages just further north. The scale and nature of this development will result in a significant visual impact on the rural Tove Valley and the town, which is not adequately mitigated through landscaping or other means. The impact will be similar to the warehouse development in the Nen Valley at junction 16 on the M1. The proposed development contravenes the letter and the spirit of South Northants local plan and the West Northants joint core strategy. This destructive development offers little or no benefit to the local community, The only winner here is DHL, who may well leave within a decade to pursue advances in technology elsewhere, leaving a very large green elephant. Is the workhouse industry the best fit for the local workforce, or is it already at capacity in West Northamptonshire? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Iris. Does anybody have any questions for Iris? If not, you can return to your seat. Thank you very much indeed. And our final discretionary power, I allow Harry Mellor of Eastern Neston Parish meeting, not council, to come forward and present, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I must clarify, I am a resident of Eastern Neston for nearly 40 years, and I was former chair of the parish meeting, and I'm speaking in a personal capacity. So I briefly want to set out the material consideration related to this application, because it strongly indicates that planning commissions should be refused. And I appreciate that the officer's report does include material considerations as a couple or three examples, but they are not exclusive. The development plan relevant to the application is the South Northamptonshire Part 2 Local Plan 2011-2029, drawn up by South Northamptonshire Council and adopted after scrutiny by the Independent Planning Inspectorate. So planning inspectors or committees like yours rely upon the accuracy of the evidence presented to them. The material consideration you need to be aware of is an error in the Part 2 local plan evidence submitted to the planning inspector relevant to land at the Bell Plantation, which is the subject of this application. I'm going to quote from the local plan Part 2. The Towcester Master Plan, Volume 2, identifies parts of the Bell Plantation and Woolgrowers site as being within the Tove Valley Business Park. And it goes on to say, the Towcester Master Plan considers the Tove Valley Business Park is an opportunity for business and general industrial development. In other words, the land at the Bell Plantation got itself identified as policy AL1 in the local plan Part 2 because of a claim that it featured as a development opportunity in the Towcester Master Plan. That's factually incorrect, and it therefore becomes a material consideration. The Bell Plantation and the Woolgrowers site are not within or even adjacent to the Tove Valley Business Park. They are on the opposite side of the bypass. Tove Valley Business Park is described in Volume 2 of the Towcester Master Plan as Site T1, TI, Northern Gateway, Tove Valley Business, accessed from Old Tiffield Road. This is at least half a mile from the Bell Plantation and entirely separated from it by the A43 dual carriageway. Local people will know that this site as a location of Tesco Supermarket, Loffen Brothers Tyre Depot, Screwfix and other businesses in Old Tiffield Road. And if there's any doubt about its location, the Tove Valley Business Park is clearly signposted on the northern approach into Towcester, just beyond the town name board Towcester, Lactodorum, on its symbolic wooden structure that forms Towcester's northern gateway. While the master plan's description of Tove Valley Business Park was correct, the map on the same page placed it at the wrong road junction, which is regrettable, but it doesn't alter the fact that land at Bell Plantation is not part of the Tove Valley Business Park. There are two planning policy documents that are relevant to this application, the Towcester Master Plan and the Local Plan Part 1. They both position Towcester as a local service centre and contain policies intended as material considerations in determining planning applications. These two documents were agreed by district and town councils working collaboratively. The introduction of localism a decade ago saw the transfer of powers for planning policy making to the local planning authority, which in our case is South Northamptonshire Council. Also introduced was the NPPF, the National Planning Policy Framework that sets out the government's planning policies for England and how they should be applied. The NPPF states that the planning law requires the application for planning permission to be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations, unless material considerations indicate otherwise.
1 minute to go.
Thank you. The development plan was flawed and that constitutes a material consideration. This afternoon, I fully expect to hear that all this is water under the bridge and that the development opportunities published in the local plan part 2 are cast in stone and that there's no going back. We will likely hear the argument we've all heard before that rejecting or deferring the application would expose the council to massive financial penalties. That's true, and when you were district councillors, that could have been untenable financial risk. But you are now councillors in one of England's largest unitaries with a budget running into hundreds of millions. Should you choose to go there, you could have access to the finest legal and planning advice, and I'm sure that our new MP could advise on that. One final point I'd like to make, the applicant DHL Real Estate Solutions and POD, their agent, I'd like to make the final point to them. I know that millions have been invested in developing this site in good faith, but I also know that acting with integrity is baked into the ethics of both your businesses. Would you wish to proceed?
Time's up, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you can return to your seat. Thank you. Right, we now move to the ward councillors of Towcester and Road Ward, which there are 3. 2 have applied to speak. Councillor Louisa Fowler is unable to attend, but I do have a written statement from her, which I will ask to be read out to you, not by myself, but by the Democratic Services. Thank you. Sorry. When we finish the questions, 3 people away, so 15 minutes, something like that. I did indicate that at the beginning. When this question time is finished, we will have a natural break, if that's all right with everybody. Okay, back to Louisa Fowler's statement. Thank you.
This statement's read out on behalf of Councillor Louisa Fowler. Not only is Towcester the oldest town in Northamptonshire, it is one of the oldest continuously inhabited settlements in the country. It was the Roman town of Lactodorum, and in Saxon times it was a frontier between the Kingdom of Wessex and the Danelaw. If this development is passed, the entry to this ancient town will be enormous sheds which deny its history, block the beauty of its rural surroundings, and clog even further the ancient Roman road, more commonly known as the A5. The visual impact report acknowledges the devastating impact it will have, stating that there will be significant residual adverse landscape and visual effects caused by the DHL buildings. Is this committee willing to pass a development which has an impact report which declares that there will significant adverse effects for the people of Towcester? This council should be celebrating the beauty of West Northamptonshire, not looking for ways of annihilating it under sheds which will reduce biodiversity, destroy our shared countryside, and fail to provide employment for local people. Throughout history, Towcester has needed to develop and adapt. When the surrounding farming land and fields were earmarked by the South Northants local plan to become land under which economic development could take place, it was to ensure that local residents could find suitable local employment. This development will not do that. The average price of a house in Towcester is £349,775. The average DHL hourly pay ranges from approximately £9 per hour for a warehouse supervisor to £18 per hour for a Class 2 driver. You only need to look on Glassdoor to see how few salaries paid by DHL would allow a person to actually pay a mortgage in Towcester. Placing a behemoth of logistics into the centre of our town and populating it with low-paid workers from other towns does not answer the needs of Towcester or correspond to the South Northants Local Plan Part 2, 2.2.17, which states that the land surrounding Towcester should be used to provide strong business growth on a range of approved employment sites, supporting businesses of all sizes that will deliver a diverse economy. When signing off on the SNC Local Plan Part 2, Councillor Ian McCord, then leader of South Northants Council, expect it to be used to improve the lives of local residents who will be employed by a range of manufacturing and engineering firms. Instead, the applications and proposals for these sites that have subsequently come in bear no relation to the spirit or letter of the policy as adopted, and begs the question why global companies like DHL think it is acceptable and policy compliant to try to impose their plan on this site. This land should not be dominated by B8 development which fail to educate or upskill local residents, thus rendering it contrary to the Towcester Master Plan, the Western Northants Joint Core Strategy Policies T1 and S1, S10 and S8, and the Local Plan Policy SS2. Finally, this committee knows that sufficient warehousing space has been allocated along the M1 corridor for West Northants Council's needs, and thus to use greenfields to build logistics sheds which are redundant fails to comply with the council's stated environmental objections. And that's the end of the statement.
Thank you, Diana. I now call upon Councillor Maggie Clubley to come forward, please. This is a ward councillor. You can say it again.
Thank you. Towcester is a historic Roman market town, cherished for its rural character and rich history, as outlined in the spatial portrait of the local plan. The proposed construction of the DHL warehouse would change Towcester permanently and forever. This development is strongly opposed by residents, all local parishes, and the thousands who have signed the Save Towcester Now petition. I would like to draw your attention to policy SS2 of the local plan, which sets out the general development and design principles. Planning permission should only be granted if the proposal meets the criteria outlined in paragraphs A, B, D, E, H, and I. A, maintains the individual identity of towns and villages and their distinct parts. B, uses a design-led approach to demonstrate compatibility and integration with its surroundings and the distinctive local character of the area in terms of type, scale, massing, siting, form, design, materials, and details. D, incorporates suitable landscape treatment as an integral part of the planning of the development. E, incorporates sensitive lighting schemes that respects the surrounding neighbours and reduce harmful impacts on wildlife and neighbours. H, does not result in the loss of the best and most versatile agricultural land and valued soils. The last one would include a safe and suitable means of access for all people, including pedestrians, cyclists, and those using vehicles. Proposals that contravene any of the above criteria of relevance to that proposal will be refused unless outweighed by other material consideration. This application fails to meet all of that criteria. The local plan and strategic planning guidance recommends developments for small to medium-sized businesses with footprints up to 8,000 square metres. The proposed warehouse at 24,000 square metres and 21.5 metres in height would vastly exceed these guidelines. Its physical impact would overwhelm Towcester's landscape, detracting from the town's historic beauty and be visible to numerous households. The SPG emphasises the need for greater sensitivity in such developments, which this proposal lacks. The local plan policies EMP 1 and 2 requires that businesses contribute to local skills development and to keep the local skilled workforce from commuting. With an unemployment rate of just 1.5%, one of the lowest in the country, this development offers no benefit to the local workforce. The plan clearly states that employment should be focused on semi-skilled and skilled labour within small to medium-sized businesses aligned with the objectives of Silverstone Park. There is no employment need in Towcester or South Northamptonshire for an unskilled workforce or warehousemen. Interestingly, a condition of the planning requires the Towcester Relief Road to be open. Let's be clear, it is not a relief road. It's an access road through the middle of a housing estate with social housing planned adjacent to the road. This road, long desired by residents, is intended to reduce traffic through the high street, not to serve as a route for DHL lorries through a residential area.
1 minute to go.
There are 2,007 houses planned to be built along this road. Due to, it will provide some relief to Towcester due to planned signage. DHL would be driving through the middle of a housing estate and over 4 roundabouts. I would question if National Highways have taken the new housing and that into account. Therefore, taking into account all the above, this application should be refused.
Any questions for the speaker? Yes. Councillor
Sorry,
Humphries,
could you
please.
just repeat how many houses are planned to be built along the relief road,
Yeah, planning
please?
permission has, for the new estate up there, planning permission has been granted for 2,700 houses.
Okay, thank you. You can return to your seat, Maggie, unless I miss somebody. And now the final presenter is the agents for this application. I ask that you give them due respect and courtesy. You may not like to hear what they've got to say, but please afford them the courtesy you have done so far during this meeting. Thank you. As you will observe, there are 3 people come forward. James Guthrie, from a planning perspective, will actually do the 5-minute presentation. He's supported by Ewan Anderson, who's a specialist in transport, and Richard Hammond in landscape and visual impact. They won't be speaking during it, but if James needs some help at the end for your questions, then he can consult the 2 experts with him. So I look to you, James, to do a 5-minute presentation, usual rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, officers, members of the public. My name is James Guthrie. I'm a planning director at Quad and the agent on this application. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak today on behalf of DHL Real Estate Solutions. We are delighted to be in front of you today to determine what is a very important application for us to determine planning at this allocated employment site. As noted in Mr. Callis' presentation a while ago, there is no outstanding objections on the application and this is recommended for approval. There is a critical and unmet need for strategic logistics floor space in the area as recognised by the 5 AL allocations in the South Northamptonshire local plan adopted in 2020. All AL sites have had planning applications submitted by 2022, but none have been able to commence. Notwithstanding that, the emerging WNC local plan evidence base dated from March of this year sets out a further shortfall in strategic logistics land, even when those ALs are considered. This lack of delivery against an evidence need must change. We have worked extremely hard to resolve problems, often leading the pack at great expense to DHL. Indeed, we have always acknowledged the highways network needs investment. I sat here 2 years ago and said just that when this committee resolved to grant AL3 planning permission for 1 million square foot of warehousing up to 20 metres tall. We, as DHL, have a need a site and a road network that works. We, however, remain the only site proposing any meaningful highways or landscape mitigation. DHL will provide significant investment into the Tow roundabout, mitigating the impacts of our development at peak times via a significant increase in the capacity of the roundabout, reducing queuing and delay for all road users, not just ourselves. This delivers a position agreed with highway stakeholders of a net highways benefit with no outstanding objections. For clarity, National Highways has approved the 3-lane roundabout referenced earlier, with that design being signed off by a road safety audit. And on the 5th of September, we received confirmation in writing that National Highways has dismissed all of the saved now concerns. The clear direction from government is for high quality design, rather than seeking to hide buildings. And we are keen to set the bar for how high quality logistics development can contribute positively to its surroundings. We have engaged with WNC officers from the outset to agree a pioneering facade and landscape approach. Our design, with darker colours at the base, green in the middle, and white tops, is matched to ordnance datum levels across the site to ensure the tree line aligns with a cladding approach and the white tops blend into the sky. Indeed, I've sat here and had various comments in our verified images saying the buildings were not obvious enough in long views, demonstrating how effective those white tops are. While, of course, a logistics-led scheme, this is a project that gives a lot back. Almost all trees are retained, while it's over 1,000 new trees are to be planted on site, including delivering on a request from consultation for a publicly accessible new community orchard. This results in a site that is 44% green infrastructure with significant biodiversity enhancements. There is also, of course, for 6 hectares of land, enough for 3 full-size football pitches, a clubhouse and a car park to be gifted by DHL to Toaster Town Football Club. That football club land, as talked about earlier, will be serviced, provided with access.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I can't really follow what's being said, and I know that people either here or online would
Sorry.
also like to hear more clearly. So
Is it
if
too
you
far
could bring
away?
the microphone closer to you,
Of
Mr.
course.
Guthrie, that'd be
I'll put
helpful.
it here.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Shall I go? I'll get the football club. The football club land will be serviced, provided with access, and also plateaued to agreed levels. The layout of this land has been agreed through discussions with Toaster Town Football Club. It is supported by Sport England and will ensure appropriate funding can be secured to enable delivery of the facility, which unfortunately has been caught up by our planning delays. We are, however, now hopeful that today all of us in this room can unlock this allocated site to bring forward not only the football club, but also the economic growth and investment this project will bring. The hybrid nature of this development means work could start almost immediately to Unit 1. That unit, as you would have noted, has been designed in detail as a life science focused logistics facility and is intended for use by a major pharmaceutical client. The flexibility of the remaining outline plots will enable delivery of best-in-class logistics floor space to provide dedicated solutions to a myriad of high-profile clients whilst providing 1,300 jobs over the next 5 years. The government has set a clear agenda for growth, focusing on stability and investment, which this project clearly delivers. Further to that, the government has explicitly set out it will support freight and logistics as a critical part of its country's infrastructure.
1 minute.
And this carries immediate and significant weight in favour of this application. This is a project with no statutory objections that complies with all levels of adopted and emerging planning policy that meets government ambitions and complies with the local employment SPD through robust mitigation as requested of larger buildings and delivers on the site-specific allocation for major employment development. As such, given the accordance to the development plan and in accordance with Section 38 of the Act, this application should be supported without delay today. We have representatives from SAJ Transport, EDI Landscape, and myself from Quad, and we look forward to answering any queries you might have, including, as we noted earlier, a number of queries on modelling and highways, which we encourage you to direct towards you. And thank you.
Can we limit the conversation to the committee and the applicants, please? So I invite the committee to ask the applicants. Yes, Councillor Gonzalez de Savage, please.
Thank you, Mr.
first.
Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Guthrie, for the details and helpful to understand the position that you have as Quad, obviously agents on behalf of the applicant, DHL. Are DHL here today out of interest?
Yes, they are here. They are
Thank you.
behind you over there.
Okay.
And to clarify the audience question, we were told to sit downstairs. We've been watching the entire of the committee
Okay,
presentation,
that's
so-
helpful to understand. Thank you. A couple of questions really, I suppose, in terms of engagement, community engagement, quite clear, a project of this type and nature, and DHL are a huge operation. They run everything from aircraft to on the ground logistics and transportation, and obviously all the way through into buildings of this nature that are proposed. Why haven't they, through you possibly, engaged with the local town council and held big public meetings, being proud about bringing 1,300 jobs to an area within 5 years and all the easements and et cetera in terms of the sports? And why hasn't that happened?
So we have engaged over the years. I think the planning delay probably means that we thought we were close to termination for many months. So for the last year or two, perhaps there hasn't been maybe as much engagement because we thought we were close to the end, I guess. However, in the pre-application process, we held two different public consultation events and numerous times apart in quite a difficult climate. We were probably the only the only company who were willing to consult publicly during the COVID time. So we were here setting up safe processes to enable that to happen. And we also held a number of virtual consultation events as well. So in the time leading up to the application, during the pre-app, we very heavily front-loaded the process. We delayed the application to engage a bit further. And during the determination process, we have answered queries raised via the case officer as is standard process.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may ask, in terms of areas that have been highlighted within the report that we have before us today, things like landscaping and the fact that the landscaping fails in terms of mitigating the issues that obviously have been outlined, I'd like to understand that. And also, what is the plan that DHL has as a larger operation with a blue site that was identified by our planning officer earlier on in the plan here? North of the site, there was a blue section that was owned by, or is owned by DHL. And if you could just highlight some of the connectivity between the DHL site that's proposed here and others that are proposed perhaps at the M40 Junction 10? Thank you.
Before you take to answer that, that is not part of this application. It's merely outside plan sought for the areas other than the one under consideration. So I can strike that question out. You can only be concerned with the building that's going to be erected. The agent can answer if he likes, but I would disqualify the question personally.
Is it just the blue land we're referring to? Is that okay to answer that question about the biodiversity net gain land?
Well, I'm just saying you don't need to answer, but you can answer if you
We're
like.
happy to
I'd
answer
like
that.
to understand what the connectivity between that is and obviously the visual impact that has failed.
No, of course. I think from my perspective, I don't think there's been a failure, but I'd much rather pass over to Richard, who can kind of clarify the landscape visual impact assessment.
Thanks for the question, sir. We don't consider that it's failed. We've mitigated it. We've reduced the visual impact. We've done that in a number of ways, looking at how the plateau levels will work so that buildings can be cut and positioned lower in the landscape. We've then got the bunding, which means we can then put planting at a higher level around the perimeter of the site. And yes, we've got over 1,000 new trees going in to recreate a wooded boundary around the perimeter of the site. The combination then of those dark green and earthy tones on the facades, which transition up to the white skyline above the 18.5 metre building height, enables those building facades to be integrated with that new vegetation once it's established. And in all instances, we have a reduction in the visual effects across the year 1 to year 15 scenario. That was acknowledged by the review, and the points of difference between the work I undertook and the review is over a low number of views, and the point of difference is over a one tier of effect. It's not a step change in effect, and none of the effects are considered to be that major, i.e. that top level. So we do feel we have mitigated the visual impact, and that is part of the robust mitigation that's called for in the SPD document.
May I then ask on that point, I mean, clearly we've identified the fact that there was a 15-year projection illustration effectively shown to us earlier on the meeting today, and you could absolutely see that the buildings were very, very visible from the road. There wasn't any congestion shown on that roundabout, and I know areas such as Swan Valley, not too far away from us here, that quite clearly have a similar footprint in terms of some of those buildings are absolutely congested with vehicles around them. Why didn't I receive the information you sent out to everyone? Why did you not absolutely place a better, should we say, illustration or a true illustration, I will put that to you, of vehicles, high-sided vehicles at that junction point?
Do you want us to answer the blue land question first, and then we'll come on to that one? So the blue outline land, I think for the benefit of anyone who isn't aware, and I'm sure many are, blue land is land in our ownership, which I'm sure is why the question is being asked of us. As DHL and as an applicant team, we've been very keen to do the right thing from the outset. As Mr. Callis noted earlier, there's no requirement on us to deliver a 10% net gain. That's only for applications submitted after February 2024. However, we are delivering a 10%, 10.8%, I think, net gain via utilising that blue land. That is very much standard process. We're not seeking to pay away the problem. We're seeking to deliver that ourselves. So that is biodiversity offset land, is clarifying that question. In terms of the CGIs, they're very much representative of a certain moment in time. That was the moment chosen. If you feel it's not representative, then that's obviously your opinion. However, we wanted to ensure that you're able to see the site, the buildings, the landscaping at its fullest extent.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Councillor Humphreys, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. You heard the representative of Cashel Parish Council suggesting there was little or no benefit to the community from this proposal. Now, leaving aside employment opportunities and the provision of land only for the football club, can I have your comments, please, on the parish councillor's view, which is very much supported by the response in the health impact assessment, which calls the offer of open space in the community orchard as a bit of an empty offer because local residents won't use it. Similarly with the circular amenity walk, because they won't want to walk through warehouses, basically. So there's that point. Also, the again, this response calls the active travel offer an empty offer, unless all staff live in Towcester, because most people will drive to the site. And doubts as to how effective this will, the travel plan seeking to achieve a 10% reduction in single occupancy car journeys is going to be effective, given the car park allocation, which is 260 car parking spaces, 52 HGV, 11 motorbike, and only 24 cycle spaces. And can you also welcome your comments on what we've heard about the pinch point along the cycling and walking route, which doesn't actually have the buffer zone? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. I'll take some of the earlier ones and I'll pass over to you and to address on highways. So in terms of benefits, I think there's a few elements to run through. The community orchard, I think perhaps a first one. That, to be perfectly honest, was a response from residents saying that they would use it. So we have incorporated that as a positive response to consultation. So we feel it's beneficial. We see these kind of facilities used across employment sites, and whilst there might be a perception to some that it's not the most pleasant environment, I would encourage those to visit other very modern logistics parts where those environments are very well used, not only by the occupiers but also by local residents. In terms of the football club, I know it's quite a controversial point, and we've become very aware of that over the years. We do see it as a massive benefit for the scheme, but the honest answer is it's also a policy requirement of us to accommodate that. We took the decision to accommodate the entirety of the AL1's requirement for a football club. We were hoping that would be welcomed. We know it divides opinion here, but we are really positive about our discussions with the football club and our ability to ensure that they do have their own home. So we see that as a massive benefit ourselves. There's also, of course, the point on jobs. I take very much the point that there's low unemployment in South Northamptonshire, in Towcester. However, as many people have pointed out, there are 2,700 new homes coming forward, 1,300 new jobs here. We also have, we also have many apprenticeship schemes. We see people relocating to our warehouses. Some of those people at the moment out commute. We've got a very much phased delivery across this. Of those 1,300, it's about 300 in the first unit. So we're not suddenly dumping a requirement on here for 1,300 jobs. And we have actually engaged from the outset. That started a long time ago, about 4 years ago, with the West Northamptonshire Jobs Club, who have been very supportive, very welcoming of our proposals, and we look forward to working with them to ensure that these jobs are, as far as possible, accommodated by local people. I think that probably addresses the majority of my comments. So you, and I'll pass over to you on active travel and pinch points.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Sorry, my back's turned to you a little bit. In relation to the question about travel planning, so we've committed to deliver a 10% reduction away from private car use in a travel plan document that's been approved by both National Highways and the local highway authority. Now that will be achieved through a range of measures, and I'll just give a couple of examples to help members understand. So one of the measures, for example, is that DHL is committed to provide every employee who works on this site with a free bus pass that will cover 4 weeks of travel, free use. So it helps to establish sustainable travel behaviours from first occupation. As employees start at the site, they have access to a bus ticket that gives them free travel. Like I say, from the outset, they'll be encouraged to use sustainable travel, and hopefully that's embedded in their behaviours going forward. That's just one example. The other is In addition to the footway cycleway improvements we're doing, there's also high quality cycle parking for each unit, internal lockers, internal showers, internal changing facilities. So again, for people who could be tempted to cycle to the site, that we're providing within the infrastructure to encourage and support them to do that. What's important to understand though is that also to understand is that the travel plan is an aspiration which we are committed to deliver, but we're not reliant upon it in the sense that our traffic modelling doesn't account for that 10% reduction. So our traffic modelling is based on zero reduction, that none of that sustainable travel behaviour occurs despite what we're committed to deliver. So in effect, it provides for a robust, reasonable worst case assessment. In practice, in reality, we hope that the traffic generation will be lower than has been forecast and modelled and mitigated. Sorry, the last point was in relation to the pinch point. And I think we've had this a few times today that people have queried the proposals alongside the A5. And they've referred to guidance document, which isn't appropriate. It's the wrong guidance document and it isn't applicable in this instance. The correct document and the only one that's relevant to the determination of this planning application is the Design Manual for Roads and Bridges, DMRB. That's the design document for national highways for their infrastructure, which it includes the A5. The DMRB sets pardon me. Sorry, I was saying the DMRB document, the appropriate guidance sets out that the footway, cycleway, shared use route should be minimum 2 meters wide, and that's exactly what we've committed to deliver, all the way from Toaster to the south of Tove roundabout through to the development. The proposal is in accordance with the relevant design standards, and it's hopefully don't listen to the misinformation that's been presented earlier. Like I say, again, footway, cycleway improvements have been fully approved by both National Highways and WNC. You understand the difference between the respective design documents.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Holland and Lamette, please.
So just a few questions about workforce. So you're looking at about 1,300 across the whole entire site, all developments. Okay. So are you proposing 24/7 operations at these locations?
Yes.
Okay. So what sort of shift patterns are you looking at?
So it depends, of course, on the end occupier. However, DHL is reasonably regular. You have 3 shift patterns across the day. So 8-hour shifts, all of those effectively avoid peak time. So
what sort of their roughly sort of start times, finish times?
So the approximate normal start time is 6 a.m. in the morning, sorry, to avoid the first shift. And then you would do 8 hours on that, which my maths is 2 p.m. And then the final shift is 10 p.m.
Okay, so so I see the investment in buses. I mean, I find it quite extraordinary, really, because this sort of I'm thinking about the developments in the towns in Northampton in proximity to bus connectivity. So you're looking at basically staff trying to get to a development at 6 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's probably easiest. 10 o'clock in the evening. Is that correct? Yeah.
Sorry, yes.
Okay. Right. Okay. So probably out of those 3 shifts, the only ones who actually be able to use public transport is probably the 2 o'clock.
It's probably best to pass over to you and to answer on those questions.
Yeah, thank you. So the applicant is committed from first occupation to provide a financial contribution to the council to be used to procure either a new bus service or to extend, improve an existing service. That will provide a minimum 1 hourly service frequency during key periods of occupation. The council will be responsible for procuring that service, and the precise timetable details will be responsible of the council. I understand that the strategy is that they have previously secured a pot of money. They'll get another pot of money from DHL if this application is approved. Likewise for potential future developments at the rest of AL1, AL2, AL4, and they'll use that to bring forward a bespoke bus service which best suits the developments as they take place.
Okay, so what percentage of the workforce do you think will actually be from the immediate Towcester area?
I'll take that one.
We've modelled for about 20% based on current estimates. However, it's not the largest of towns as we have been referenced today, and so we need to ensure that we are realistic in our expectations.
So basically, you're looking at 80% of the workforce travelling from out of town.
From surrounding villages, I think the question was from Towcester.
So from 80% from out of the immediate Towcester area.
Yes.
So, okay. So are you proposing weekend operations as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And right. What percentage of the workforce will be able to work from home?
We can't really answer that question without knowing the end occupier, I'm afraid, but it would be quite a low percentage.
Yeah, so basically it's your 25% office workers will probably be the only ones who will be able to work from home.
I'll probably pass over to you, but the assumption's been made that everyone would travel rather than any kind of assumption of work for home to ensure worst case reasonable has been assessed.
Yes, so your warehouse operatives, your drivers, managerial staff will be pretty much working on site.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No, Councillor Manners first, please.
I've got two questions. One is on the 7.282 of the report. You've got the building one coming out as excellent on the BREEAM and the other two just very good. And that's slightly disappointing that you're not going for excellent on all four.
Sorry, could you repeat the paragraph number?
It's 7.282.
Without going to the paragraph, it's kind of not relevant. The first building is BREEAM excellent and all other buildings on the site would be BREEAM excellent. The local
Well, it doesn't
requirement.
say that in the report.
We are very happy to commit to that. That is DHL's commitment. It is. I just need to check what it says. So it says, yeah, so the 7.282 says we'll be required to demonstrate compliance with a minimum of BREEAM very good to comply with the policy. However, that is not DHL's expectation. We'll be delivering at least BREEAM excellent.
Okay, fine, thank you. And just the second question is referring back to the last one. Put the context really. We've got warehouses in Northampton, 250,000 square foot, employing 30 people with 300 robots. When you first came, I came to your public presentation and we were talking 1,1300. The world and the context of employment in warehousing is changing so fast. Are you really going to stick to your 1,300 employment?
Yes, in all honesty, that's been used as a relatively conservative estimate. We do not know our end occupier, our end customers at this moment in time, but based on what we know for Unit 1 and what we foresee for the other units, it would be premature for us to have kind of moved forward with the other units. But what we've kind of forecast in the future, yes, we think it's a very realistic expectation for the site to deliver 1,300 jobs.
And that's based on benchmarking what you do currently, I assume.
Benchmarking what we do currently and benchmarking what we expect in the future. So, for example, Unit 1 is a future forecast, and that's based on a future occupier.
Thank you. Councillor Gonzalez de Savage, please.
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Questions?
Mr. Guthrie, we all depend on logistics. It's obviously a part of our lives all the way around, and therefore we absolutely all have to go shopping. We all have to eat. We all have to live our daily lives and depend on them. It's the siting and the appreciation of where the best place to have logistics operations are that we're obviously questioning perhaps to hear today in some of those points. Community is very important around, and obviously you've indicated that about 80% of the people who will possibly come to work will be from outside the area. And there's a great concern there about how those people would absolutely arrive. And generally speaking, people will get into a car, whether they share a lift or they get into a car that's owned by themselves, if they can, because quite clearly at rates of around about £9 an hour, people really can't afford to live very easily. And it's a genuine concern. We know Amazon, etc., pay 10, 12 pounds an hour. So it's interesting hearing about the rates, obviously being quoted in reports, etc.
And the
that you
question
yourself have
is-
sent out. A question I would have, Mr. Chairman, is quite clear that community commitment, you can't control those job numbers because they're end users and they won't be necessarily DHL. You had a pharmaceutical company that you indicated was going to be the first occupier, I think, of your proposal. Can you give us some certainty around that? Because if 1,300 is your target, how does that commit DHL to deliver 1,300? Thank you.
So I guess there's a couple of questions in there. It's about the siting and then also about the commitment to jobs. If I kind of touch on the first point, I'll pass it over to you and then maybe bring it back. This is clearly an allocated site for major employment. The work we've done shows that actually strategic logistics, which there is a demonstrated demand, generates the lowest trips of all employment uses for this kind of site. They are incredibly efficient in what they do. You have a low amount of trips when you compare to a small industrial park, many small units, or say an R&D facility of which there is no demand for those kind of units in the area. I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that, Ewan, about trips.
Yeah, thanks, James. So there's been, again, a reoccurring comment today is about the desire instead for small, medium type units across the site. And to give some context to that, if this site were to be developed in that way, the forecast traffic generation would be 4 to 5 times higher than what's being brought forward today by DHL. Clearly, I think most people will understand that there isn't capacity on the highway network for that level of traffic generation to be delivered from this site. We believe that this is the appropriate type of employment use for this development, this highway network, and we've committed to substantial highway improvement scheme in order to deliver the traffic that we're going to be generating.
Just following on that, or quizzing that point, I think one of our highways experts indicated that we're up to 277 vehicles per hour being planned. Those are Kings of the Road. Those are big HGVs. Am I right in thinking that? Or is that a mixture of HGVs and vehicles, smaller cars?
Yeah, happy to clarify that one. So the number is correct in terms of a peak hour movement of 277 two-way vehicle trips. Of that total number, approximately 10% would be HGV traffic. The remaining 90% being cars, LGVs.
So 27 HGVs per hour is what's planned or what's envisaged?
Approximately during peak times, it'd be between 25 to 30 HGV trips. Obviously at different times of the day, late nights, early mornings, it'd be substantially less than that. But during those peak periods, that's the range that we're forecasting.
Okay, and you've got about 40 spaces, I believe, HGV parking spaces built into the plan, and facilities for those drivers, because they are human beings that would need, good resting facilities 24 hours a day, not just between the hours of 9 to 5.
Yeah, exactly right. So the first unit, I think, has a total of 50 HGV parking spaces, loading docks and ancillary parking spaces. Within the plot 1 building, there's appropriate amenity welfare facilities for HGV drivers of that unit. Likewise, that would be rolled out on the other units as they come forward at the reserve matters phase for each plot.
They're critical workers, so they couldn't be left just to have a cup of coffee out of a machine. They need proper showers and proper rest facilities.
Absolutely, yeah, agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just come back on I think
Oh,
there's a final
sorry.
point. So I guess it's just to clarify how DHL real estate solutions work. I think that's probably quite helpful. So it's part of DHL supply chain, which is a kind of 3PL. So it's a customer-led business. DHL will effectively take on a customer, but it's DHL run. So when we talk about jobs, commitment to apprenticeships, it's DHL's responsibility to fill those jobs, DHL's responsibility to operate the warehouse, albeit the products inside are very much of a customer or a client to us. So when we present those numbers, it's based on our experience at running those operations. So we do have a lot of confidence in those numbers.
And you would commit to 1,300 jobs by year 5?
That's an estimate based on when we think we'll complete the build out, but we would commit, yes, to 1,300 jobs on full occupation of the site, which is forecast for year 5, depending on demand.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sharps, please. I believe you indicated.
Thank you. Yes, something that's just been mentioned about spaces of HGVs. It's unusual. Everybody get that close on. Okay, so we're talking about siting of HGVs within the site. So there's 24 docking bays I heard earlier and 46 HGV parking. I take it that will mean that once they hit their mark, they can't go any further, they'll stay on site?
Yes, that's correct.
And there's adequate, you know, everything, like you said, you've got showers and everything else. Obviously, we're only seeing one site plan at the moment, and obviously we'll expect to see further site plans in the future for the other areas. The movements, 27 movements, obviously various sizes. We did see some movements as the committee. Obviously, everybody's asked you to see them as the larger items. As long as we've seen them, that's fine by me. I've seen them. One question I've already asked, and I've asked it as an officer, but I haven't asked it of you. What are you going to do about large events? And I mean Silverstone.
Yeah, so I think there's 2 points to this question. The first point's in relation to traffic modelling, and the officer correctly identified and described that the submission has appropriately been done based on normal conditions. That's the government's guidance for planning applications, and that's what we've done, and it's been approved by the highway authorities. The second point relates to day-to-day management of the site by DHL, and one of the benefits of this scheme is that it's a DHL-owned site to be operated by DHL, so they have control over how in practice it would be managed. I envisage going forward, that's the type of event that they would, you know, appropriately design around and make sure that there isn't conflicts on that types of day. There's, you know, from a DHL perspective, the last thing they want is for their vehicles, their lorries to be stuck in event traffic going nowhere. That's not an efficient use of driver time or the movement of their goods. So I appreciate haven't given you the full response of this is exactly what we would do, but if we were to get planning permission and first units built out, there would clearly be a strategy and a plan going forward for those types of events.
How much of that strategy has been discussed with our officers?
Nothing specific about event day management of that nature.
Okay, because it can't have missed you that obviously Silverstone's just down the road. It happens on multiple occasions over the year that you'll be adding multiple HGVs to the road landscape and that you'll be changing the landscape. And by doing that we have a responsibility as councillors on this particular committee and overall to make sure that we get it right. And so it's just about making sure that the pros and the cons are met on this. So it's just the reality that if you haven't already had that conversation, makes it very difficult to admit for me currently to look at this in a certain way, unless you tell me more things.
No, James, feel free to jump in if that's a specific concern of the members. It's this type of matter that could be dealt with by planning condition. They could, you know, you could require a management plan to be implemented, agreed with the council and implemented prior to the occupation of the development to deal with specific event day activity. I'm sure we would have no issue with, you know, with agreeing to something like that if it was important to members.
I think that would be possibly very helpful. Thank you very much for bringing that forward. Thank you. I've got one other just question is regarding the LC whip, and you did mention that you felt that you were within standards that we had to meet, but obviously the LC whip is about cycling as well as footpath widths. And it doesn't quite fit it. I mean, if you can persuade me, please do.
Yeah, no, so to clarify, when I was referring to the A5 improvements, that's a shared use footway and cycleway. It's fully in accordance with the relevant design standard, which is the DMRB, which is a minimum 2 metre wide shared use footway cycleway. That's exactly what we're providing. It's a betterment on the existing situation. And the officer is correctly in the report assigned positive weight to the footway cycleway improvements that are being delivered that DHL is committed to deliver.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for your presentation. I thank the audience for being courteous to our presenters. It's now at the end of the public speaking time. We've been at this for a long time, and I intend to take a break at this point. So if we take a 15-minute break, so that'll take us to 20 to 6, and I would discourage the members from engaging in conversations with the people around, because we don't want lobbying going on during the break, but feel free to do what you like for the next quarter now. Thank you. What? Some bagpipes out there. It's what? Okay. All right. Quiet, please. Welcome back to this meeting and thank you for your patience so far. So we've got still a couple of stages to go through. Obviously, the next major part will be the debate where the 12 members of the committee will debate this thing. But before that, I'd call upon my colleague, Head of Planning, sorry, Deputy Head of Planning, to summarise where we've got to so far before we go into that debate, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd first like to do a small bit of housekeeping, Chairman. With respect to the 47 planning conditions, condition 45 refers to BREEAM very good. The agent has confirmed that they'd accept BREEAM excellent. So I'd like to change the recommendation so it actually refers to BREEAM excellent. And then there was a discussion during the questioning section where reference was given to event day activity, and we had confirmation from the applicant's highway consultant that they felt a suitably worded condition could address that. I concur, and I think you may wish, well, I'd like to recommend an additional condition, which would be condition 48. Which in simple terms, it would be a planning condition for a management plan for event day activity. I think I'd have to say at this stage, planning team would wish to work with our highways colleague to do a much more detailed condition. So I think I'd have to sort of request delegation at this stage because it's going to take, this isn't something I could do in sort of without significantly delaying the meeting. So I just wanted to put those two condition changes forward at this point. So they are changes I am making to the report should members decide to approve it. And then just going through some key points from the speakers, what I wanted to do is just draw upon some of the points raised to then help you with your debate. So clearly there's a lot of comments being raised by speakers with respect to impact on the highways network and with respect to the visual and landscape impacts. And a lot of speakers also cross-reference when describing visual landscape impact, the historic status of Towcester and impact in terms of approaching the town from the north, we would imagine. But there are some other points raised. So I just thought it might help if I can just quickly address those, because I think there are issues that perhaps are slightly less pertinent to the key decisions before you. And one issue that was raised by a number of speakers was air quality. So just to explain why I don't think that's as significant an issue for you to consider as landscape impact and highways impact. So the National Planning Policy Framework particularly emphasizes with air quality, then when considering air quality considerations, you should focus on air quality action areas or areas identified as suffering from air quality issues. So if you just sort of think through every construction and logistics or every employment application is going to involve traffic, and de facto there'd be some air quality impacts. So we don't refuse every employment application simply because there's an air quality impact. So in this particular regard, Towcester Town Centre, so now that area is important in terms of air quality, but what's significant with regard to this application is that the traffic impacts are on the strategic highway network. So the real concerns, if I may put that, that I'm sure you'll be debating are with respect to the impact on the strategic highway network in particular on the Tove roundabout, whereas the area that's the subject of the air quality, protected air quality area is Towcester Town Centre. So you'd have to argue.
Can we not call out during the meeting, please?
Yeah.
This is truly now our, yes.
So the key issue here is that the National Planning Policy Framework with respect to air quality focuses on areas that have protection, and the area that will be the subject of I'm sure your debate in terms of traffic concern, that's centered on the strategic highway network. And also our environmental protection team are not raising any concerns. Now, I flagged that point because in the report, we are honest as officers. There are some areas where there are concerns with the proposal with respect to landscape and highways, but not with respect to air quality. And another issue that was raised by speakers was the 2-meter footway. So just to clarify, one of the reasons it's not a wider 3 meters is there is trees and hedgerow. So there is a constraint. So there's a balance to be struck in terms of whether that you effectively cause, in creating a 3-meter pathway, cause a harm, a separate harm in itself. And the applicant's highway consultant confirmed to you that the 2-meter footway does comply with minimum Department of Transport standards. And I've concurred with highway colleagues, and that is correct. So it does meet minimum standards. So one other point I was going to raise is, well, you'll need to apply the planning balance and coming to your conclusions. And you need to take into account both positive and negative effects. And you also need to take into account that it is an allocated employment site. On the positive benefits, you will have to put some weighting on the employment creation, 1,300 jobs. I know some people were critical of that, but we don't have any sort of statistical evidence to say that that is wholly incorrect. So I think given the scale of the development, and it is over 30 hectares, it is inevitable that there would clearly be quite considerable job creation. So you do need to put weight on that, and the applicant and agent, I won't go through sort of other sort of benefits, but you do need to put some weighting on that employment benefit. And as the applicant clarified, there's a 10.8% biodiversity net gain that they don't have to apply because of when the application was sort of lodged. That said, there are clearly issues for you to debate in terms of the landscape and visual impact and the highways impact. So perhaps, Chairman, I should perhaps stop at this point and enable you to members to debate it, but obviously officers will assist and answer any questions the committee have.
Yes, thank you, James. We're now at the final stage where we, as unfortunately, we're now down to 12 members for the committee, because unfortunately Alan Chandler couldn't stay any longer. He has some disabilities and things, and this has gone on longer than he could cope with. So he's gone, so it'll be down to 12 of us voting at one stage. So we will now debate this amongst ourselves, weigh up the pros, weigh up the cons, as James has said of us. We'll come to a form of view, we will take a vote, and that vote will then decide whether we choose to endorse the application or reject it. And if we do reject it, on what grounds do we reject it? So I invite whoever wants to open the debate to open the debate. Not all at once. Yes, I'm going to rely on you. Can I take Councillor Addison first? Because thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. Well, I've listened very carefully to what's been said. It's been very interesting. But I have to say that I have concerns about the application. I have concerns like the 16 parish councils have concerns, like the British Horse Society and CPRE have concerns, and also the 1,100 letters of objection that we have already received have concerns. And my concerns are, for example, obviously highway safety, and let's be honest, a questionable traffic modelling. Landscape, visual impact, particularly the visual impact of a building up to 21.5 meters in height. Doesn't quite fit in with Toaster, I would have thought. Noise, there's going to be an awful lot of noise. Light pollution, I don't think I heard anybody say anything about light pollution, but I think there's going to be quite a lot of light pollution. And I also want to touch on employment. I'd like to ask employment for whom? Because at the end of 2023, the unemployment figure for West Northamptonshire and this area was 2.9%. So I don't think that you're going to employ people from our area. I think the vacancies, if there are any vacancies, are going to come from workforce outside our area, which is going to bring more traffic chaos to our already crowded roads. But I'd be very interested, Mr. Chairman, to hear what my fellow members of the committee feel. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Eat it. I look upon this site, the location of this site, as a semi-rural location. It's not a rural location by any stretch of the imagination. And it's just as important that one takes into account the views out of the site as well as the views into the site. Now, those of us who have walked across that site know that if you look northwards, you look carefully, you'll find about 4 or 5 huge pylons on the northern side of the site. If you look south, you can see in the distance one of the buildings at Toaster Racecourse and a number of other buildings there. So it's actually, it's part of the built environment rather than a rural area with a rural idyll. Absolutely, that is the case. Now, as far as the development itself is concerned, it will bring a certain prosperity to the area. And from 2 sources that will be, not only in terms of employment, because as we move into the new technology, artificial intelligence, lots of jobs, existing jobs, some of which we wouldn't believe would disappear, will in fact disappear. No doubt about that. So jobs is a very important aspect of this, and it will bring some employment, both in the building of it and the construction phase, as well as its subsequent use. The other aspect is the financial one, the rateable value. I think it's about 1,250,000 square feet, that phase. That's an awful lot of money coming into the coffers initially of WNC. It is not a bribe, but it is a factor to consider. So, you know, looking at it and then from a spatial analysis of Toaster itself, if you look at the land use pattern, it is clear one is beginning to form. We've got the new development on the Milton Keynes side there, going downwards, and we've got this industrial and commercial element upon the north there. The only dispute I can see is about this traffic modelling. Will it have an adverse effect or will it have no effect at all? We won't know until it happens. We have to rely on the experts who do understand traffic modelling and do understand the relationships and liabilities between a local highway authority and national highways, for example. So I think that's something that's a matter of subjective opinion as to what the effect will be. So all in all, and I've been involved both when we did the A1 development, so I understand the background to this, the fact that it's allocated land, so the principle of development is accepted in any case. And the local plan was approved nationally. I can't see a problem with it. So much so that I'm quite prepared to make a proposal that we go with officers' advice on this one.
Thank you for that. I'll take councillor Pritchard, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I probably disagree with my colleague. And it's one of these things, when you look at the situation where we've actually questioned and queried some of the highways analysis and also the visual impact and also the employment from whom. When you look at, as I stated before, is when you look at the local employment scenario in Towcester and South Northants, is it's a very well employment scenario. We've also, when you look at the significant amount of local B8 vacancies that actually happen, when you look at the Northampton Gateway, that is absolutely enormous. And I think there's probably only 1 or 2 of the 8 or 9 warehouses there that have been occupied. When you look at, the areas like the Derve, and also, of course, you've got Milton Keynes and also near Junction 16, there's significant amount of distribution warehouse. I also appreciate that, where we are in this area of South Northants, we are, should we say, the gateway to all the distribution areas, particularly with when you look at, the M1 and the M40 and the airports and so on and so forth. But having said that, there is a significant amount of B8 vacancies in this particular area. So why should we actually approve this particular application when there's so much vacancies that actually happen locally? So therefore, I will not be voting for this particular application.
Councillor Manners, please.
Thank you, Chair. The first thing I'd say is that I accept that there will be employment on this site. I understand it's an allocated site, but the buildings proposed are really disproportionately large in character and will not only affect the local environment, but also the sort of visual aspects for the villages. I'm particularly concerned about the view from Caldicot. I mean, in terms of the traffic modelling, it seems to be an absolute mess, to be absolutely honest. And I mean, we are facing gridlock. And I mean, unfortunately, this is a classic case of planning going before infrastructure, but that isn't for us to consider today. I'm very disappointed that the SPD has been ignored to such an extent. I mean, we've got emails from Stuart Timmis saying that it was an appropriate and offendable document. That seems to be missed in the officer's recommendations. But I do recognise that in the actual document, there are 5 mentions of a judgment, a planning judgment, a planning balance. So, I mean, I do see this as being a decision is probably quite finely balanced in some areas. I don't like the employment profile that's going to be suggested, and I think I would share quite a lot of the concerns about where warehousing is and the type of employment. Fundamentally, this is a strategic application for a non-strategic site. This is a site that came out of the Part 2 plan. It was an allocation for employment to assist in the local employment and to keep the character of the town and the surrounding area. And a strategic location site, as such as is being proposed, should be on a strategic arterial route, i.e. very close to a motorway. And I don't see this. And I don't see this, although admittedly it's only 5 miles or so from the M1, there are better sites on the M1 for this type of development. So therefore, I will suggest that I will be voting against this application. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Purser, please.
Thank you, Chair. I
very much would associate my thoughts with those of Councillor Manners. It seems to me this is quite a straightforward decision actually for us to make. Is Towcester, the town of Towcester, well, the town of Towcester I would put forward is a local service centre. So development should be in line with Towcester as a local service centre. This is a strategic logistics development. That should therefore be on a site suitable for that, which is close to the M1. We have plenty of sites along the M1 from junction 16 south that are available and very suitable for this. What we're doing here is squeezing into a marginally suitable site, a very large development with all the problems that are therefore coming from it in terms of visual impact and transport. These problems wouldn't be there if it was on a more suitable site. So there's then the whole issue of where will the workforce come from? And again, it isn't going to serve the needs of the local community. It will maybe serve the needs of the wider Northampton community. But again, if we're talking about reducing the impact on the distance people travel, there are going to be more suitable places which would have less impact on our environment. So I think, therefore, this is to me quite a simple decision in terms of opposing this particular proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Purcell. I'll call on my colleague on my left.
Just wanted to stress it's important that members determine the application before you and don't stray into any assessment of the sort of, you need to assess the proposal against the planning policy, but basically need to determine the proposal before you, if that makes sense.
Chair, yes, I understand that. That was why I asked the question about the status of the supplementary planning document, because that seems to me to set out that site is a local site, not a strategic site, that is essentially medium and small, and maybe if there's a really good case for it being large. But it seems to me the really good case has been made for this being a strategic site that should be in a strategic location. So that's how my thinking has gone on that.
Thank you.
Unless, Chair, I've misunderstood the meaning of the supplementary planning document.
I don't think you have, Councillor Purcell. So I'll move along the line. Yes, Councillor Russell, please join us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to add my support to Councillor Manners and Purser about this particular application. I know we have to consider what's before us and what's in front of us and look at a planning application as objectively as we can and decide on it as objectively as we can. But I can't help putting a human element into a decision that I think has to have quite strong bearing on it. Personally, I wouldn't like to know that a relative of mine is getting up hours before, getting on a bus, traveling and doing 8 solid hours work for £10 an hour or whatever it is, and then spending another couple of hours coming home every day into an area where there's few facilities, hardly any recreational outlets. And I think this Towcester just doesn't want this application, and I won't be able to support it. Thank you.
Yes, I was going to call on you next anyway. Working me well along.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also support what's been expressed by Councillor Manners, Councillor Purser and Councillor Russell. But I don't find it an easy decision, but I think we've got to go back to basics, which is that an application should be in accordance with the development plan. Well, should be, we as a committee in general should follow officers' advice if an application appears in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. And I think during our debate and questions and hearing from speakers, there are plenty of material considerations regarding visual impact, traffic, and the supplementary development plan that would give us robust reasons to refuse this. Thank you. Could I ask one thing just on traffic? In the report, where we heard that the local highway authority advises that a grant of planning permission could potentially lead to a position where the true effects of all committed proposed development are not known or suitably mitigated. That's pretty bad indictment, I would say, but is that a reason we could rely on to refuse this, or at least make reference to?
I'll have a go, but I may pass to highways to concur or add or possibly even correct, because they're the highway experts. So effectively the starting position is you look at the National Planning Policy Framework, and it has a key test as to whether proposals have a severe cumulative impact on the highway network. What's happened here is that there's a DFT circular 0122, and that provides guidance in terms of how traffic modelling and assessment of matters such as severe cumulative impact are undertaken. And it's with reference to that circular, particular paragraphs in that circular, that National Highways, the reason they're saying it's acceptable is because the circular references that traffic, that in undertaking traffic modelling, that, so if I just cross-reference the report, so the circular is effectively saying that an acceptable assessment of cumulative impact is in this particular case a 60% built out scenario in 2025. But what has been done through the transport assessment, there's also been a 2031 exercise, and that builds in more cumulative traffic. So effectively more development comes on board, and effectively you have more traffic on the highways network. And it's that 2031 model that officers have seen, and that's indicating that there would be problems with the Tove roundabout. But as I say, the reason National Highways aren't objecting is that they are referencing the DFT circular, which guides you basically to refer to the 2025 data. So so some of the objectors have in effect in their comments have referenced this point, that it's the 2031, the fact that that is indicating traffic concerns, that causes them a lot of concern. And it is the case that the council did engage with National Highways to raise our concerns, that although we understand the rationale behind them withdrawing their objection, it does nonetheless raise a concern in terms of 2031 forecast year and impact on the highways network. So I'm saying that to try and give you a bit more detail behind some of the traffic modelling that's concerning people. I'll maybe pass to highways colleagues to comment further.
I don't think there's much more I can add, to be fair, because it's, bear with me, it's National Highways, as we've said before, and as you'll read from the report, it's National Highways network, and it's their interpretation of their circular that's led them not to object. And the fact that they do not object means that we are, because it's their network, unable to also object. So I think, I can't comment on National Highways' interpretation of their own circular. It'd be incorrect of me to do so in this forum, but their position is what it is.
But really, my question was, can we use the inability to assess the true effect of all committed proposed development as to whether it's going to be suitably mitigated or how bad the adverse impact could be? Can that be a material consideration?
Yeah, so members can come to a view as to whether they think the development has a severe cumulative impact. And in that regard, that would be quite reasonable because that's the test in the NPPF. The problem is that National Highways effectively put a brick wall in front of us if one was then progressing to a refusal reason, or if members are thinking ahead in terms of, I know it's the first time I've used those words in the meeting, but I think that's what you're alluding to. The difficulty is that an inspector is going to look to National Highways because it's their network, and they are going to say that their decision is completely aligned with their circular. So that's the brick wall we would come up against. That said, as I say, the NPPF does refer to severe cumulative impact. And the slight paradox here is we have a 2031 model that, dependent on your view, does identify severe cumulative impact.
It may not be a totally robust brick wall.
We
The circular.
We may
reliance
find
on the
out,
circular.
but thank you for your input. Councillor Sharps, you been? Did I miss yours? Okay. Councillor Parker. Sorry? Sorry, Councillor Delamere.
Colin Delamere.
Colin Delamere.
Sorry. Okay, it's just for avoidance of doubt, £9 an hour would be below the minimum wage and would be illegal. And they'd have a visit from HMRC and a national minimum wage penalty as well to boot. So I'm referring to the information basically, so from DHL that was sent through to members, £11.46 an hour, £12.30 per hour for 49% of the workforce. I'm a bus user, so that's why I asked those questions about bus usage. I know at the moment it's 8 buses a day from Northampton to Towcester. There was a 2-hour break as well in the afternoons, which basically means that if you want to get it for 12, you have to go before 12. And if you want to get it for 2, you have to come before 12 because basically the bus would arrive 15 minutes after your shift has started. Now, of course, admittedly, they'll be investing £500,000 over 5 years, 100K per year to improve the service. As colleagues have already said, this is the sort of development you would expect with better transport links in terms of public transport. The fact in Northampton, you'd have voice scooters, loathed, but still used by people on employment sites. So I find it quite difficult that this location seems inappropriate for this type of development. When you're looking at 70 to 80% cumulative over the 2 sites, one that's agreed and this one we're looking at for warehousing. This is really a Northampton sort of development, really, as a Northamptonian. This is the sort of development you would need on the edges of a population centre with sufficient numbers to fulfil that workforce. I mean, we had that nice video from DHL about the nice video with the sort of traffic moving nicely around that junction. I don't think that's credible, basically. I think we really have got a question mark over the numbers. And I recognise the position we've been put in by National Highways by them withdrawing the blocker on this development. But the reality is those assessments that we're looking at for 2031 are a real concern, and the detrimental impact on the wider community is going to be significant. And as for visual impact, boy, that's a huge development. That's out of keeping with this area. You know, you're looking at really 16 meters high is the maximum you can probably tolerate here, which would actually be covered by trees after 15 years. Not 21 feet, which would be over 15 years if you're lucky, and probably never. So basically, I'm opposed to this site, this development. It's just the wrong place with the real impact on the local community.
Councillor Gonzalez Savage, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've listened very carefully to all the information that we've been discussing today. I've read through all the papers that we've had. I've come here definitely with a very open mind, and I was impressed with the site visit that we had and understanding the issues that quite clearly face a very growing population. And certainly when employment is offered, we have to look at it very, very realistically. My concerns, Mr. Chairman, are that quite clearly this application before us is a major application, is a strategic application, and therefore requires a strategic site to be developed. As far as I can see, this is in exceptional circumstances, as is indicated in the SPD. We have not got exceptional circumstances here currently. Towcester is a small town, a very historic town, that has suffered very badly through traffic problems for many, many years. In fact, I have sat in this building with National Highways and all the names they've had beforehand to try and find solutions to the problems that we've all had in this area. Personally, we get gridlocked every single day on the A43. I know that people cannot even walk or even want to walk across it. It is a dangerous road, and National Highways have done us an injustice by not being here today. They have a core responsibility to answer to everyone in this room and those following the whole application process over the many years as to why they didn't look at it and understand the issues around it initially, when they were more than aware of the complications that we have running through our own town here. The A5, Watling Street, Roman Road, was built for chariots. It was not built for Kings the Road. Whether there are great crested newts or other parts of fantastic wildlife, we all care about it. No one diminishes the importance of a company such as DHL or Quad coming before us. They're important to our lives. Everybody depends on what happens with strategic interchanges, with strategic transport, with developments of that type. But unfortunately, this is not the right place for it, and I cannot support this development here today. What I will say, Mr. Chairman, is I cannot understand why they have not gone to other locations. We have plenty of them around us. Silverstone Park, Northampton Gateway on the M1. We know we've got Swan Valley and Panettone Park not far away. I am sure, Mr. Chairman, I won't ask them directly that they've tried to negotiate it, the rates are far too high. But in terms of this particular development, in this location, I cannot support it. It is not appropriate for here.
Thank you. Thank you for that. There's, who hasn't been yet? Councillor Parker hasn't been. I haven't been. Shall I go next?
Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Parker, please.
Yeah, thank you. I won't go back through all those points I raised last time, except to say the modelling's flawed. End of story. I don't know how you make it better than that, but it's totally flawed. Doing it over 3 days is absolutely ridiculous in my book. You can do it longer than that. We've heard from W&C Highways have stated they've got concerns, but they're just overruled by National Highways. So it doesn't matter what they say. It's National Highways who are actually pulling the strings here, and they're never going to turn up for obvious reasons. I've yet to see a planning application, I might be wrong, where National Highways have actually rejected it. It usually goes through because it's on the national highway. So they tend to let these things just flow through. The local, as we've seen before, they can't say no to this if National Highways have said yes. There might be a circular, not sure about the circular in law. I wouldn't know too much about that, whether it's actually deemed to be lawful. I think also looking at Magna Park, I don't understand that. It's north of Lutterworth. It's not in Lutterworth at all. It's straight onto the motorway, either way. And therefore, picking up what some of the other councillors have said, this is actually in the wrong place. It just is in the wrong place. It's not strategic at all. I think people keep talking about it being strategic. It's an employment area site. It's not strategic. If it was, you'd have it next to the motorways, not in the middle of Towcester. And that's before you get to the landscape impact and things like that. I mean, this is 21.5 meters high. That's from the base, which we know from what Dan's saying, that's got to be built up by 3 to 5 meters before that's when you take the point. So you're talking at 26 meters, 27 meters. That's what you're talking about. So I do really struggle to support this application, but it's based on modelling, which I think is absolutely flawed. Thank you, Chair.
Do you want to go before me?
I think I've made my views clear regarding the events.
I just want to give you the opportunity. that was
Yeah,
all.
the event side of this, but I will be, I'm very pleased to hear that conditions were accepted by the agent. I do agree that it's too large of a strategic plan for this area, so I may not support when it comes to the vote.
And I suppose for the benefit of completeness, I'll give you my opinion. I was born in Greens Norton. I was educated in Towcester. I've always lived in the area. And I came along completely open-minded about this, just like Gonzalez and all the rest of the committee. And I've been so swayed by the opinion of the arguments and the evidence before me that I think this is the wrong thing in the wrong place. So there's a proposal before us, but I only have a proposer and no seconder. I don't believe anyone wants to second this. So I take that proposal has fallen at this point because we only have a proposer and no seconder. So I'm just looking at my legal team. That's right. So the proposal that we accept the officer's recommendation has fallen. I looked at Councillor Parker maybe to give me another proposal which we can work on.
Yeah, thank you for that hospital pass.
Well, I do want to do it.
No.
That's chair.
You have that. I propose that we reject officer's advice and turn the application down. You're now going to ask for reasons, aren't you?
Reasons, and we can use the officers to work more detail behind
And
that.
I think that would be right as well to make sure that's absolutely right.
We're not going to sit here and quote all the
No.
policies, but I'm looking for
I
the
would say,
headlines of why we're not happy with this.
right. I would go for highways and landscape impact. That's visual impact. Those two. I wouldn't do the others, but I'd do those two because I think they are the strong points.
I'll just consult with James on my left to see how he feels about that as a proposal before we go anywhere further with it. James.
Landscape character and visual impact were matters in the report where we have identified there are some harms that I do think we need to discuss further the highways impact in terms of exactly what the committee are proposing, and I think we may need to comment further in terms of and perhaps help the committee.
Please.
So the starting position is I would refer you to the National Planning Policy Framework and paragraph 115 where it refers to severe cumulative impact. That's the absolute key. If you are refusing an application due to adverse impacts on the traffic network, it seems that there's reference to members that they consider that the transport assessment is flawed. Nonetheless, I think I need to put a word of caution here in terms of, as far as I understand, the traffic assessment has followed standard criteria. So when we reference, is it appropriate? It was done in 2021, or it was done on a Tuesday or Thursday. The difficulty you're going to find if that's being relied upon as a refusal is you're basically challenging the standard methodology for transport assessments across the UK. So that is not going to be likely to be an approach that's going to be very easy to defend and appeal. A possible alternative, if members really are convinced that this application should be refused on highways impact, it is that you just focus on the 2031 identified, the 2031 data, because so what I'm effectively telling you is that a different approach is to look at that, at the fact that, as identified in the report, there is a concern over the 2031 forecast year. As I've explained, there will be a problem with that should you decide to go down that path, because National Highways are supporting the application and they will cross-reference the DFT circular, no doubt. Or to word things a slightly different way, there are much greater risks involved in a highways refusal reason than a landscape and visual refusal reason.
You could put the two though. You could put landscape first.
It is up, you as a committee are the decision makers. We as officers are here to advise you.
You have to
So
help
it
us,
is
I
up
think
to
the
you
word
as a
you're looking
committee.
for.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Join us.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, there's quite a few issues that have come through the afternoon and evening discussions and debate, which will formulate your reasons for refusal. Reasons for refusal need to be robust and need to be based on planning grounds at all times. And in terms of considering the detailed reasons for refusal, while we can craft those for you, we will need your foundations for that. And I'm quite content as well, if it would assist councillors and members, we could consider an adjournment once we have the basis of those reasons for refusal to discuss, to provide officer support, if that would assist before you went further forward. That would be a decision for members.
In terms of headlines there, Catherine, I would add in the employment, the local employment as one of the factors which contravenes policy, and the other is the sustainability of the site in terms of access.
If I may through you, Mr. Chairman, character, type, scale and massing, as well as the health implications, we must not overlook that. Well, no, the health from that perspective, sorry, the other three, not necessarily visual, but in terms of strategic positioning of something. This is not a strategic site, as we know, it's a strategic plan for it. So I would just encourage us, I mean, under, I think it's SS2, being very open about the fact that quite clearly that the size and the impact of this site, it is not welcome on that particular location for that reason.
Just a quick comment. It's important that any planning refusal reasons are based around a planning harm. So if members consider that there's landscape harm and harm on landscape character, harm on visual amenity, then they are planning harms. I get slightly more concerned with trying to bring in employment issues, because the problem we then have, it goes back to the wording of the original policy, which, if I may read out a line from it, says an independently assessed market evidence proportion of B1, B2 and B8. So the SBD is definitely helpful because it does have a lot of references in cues to landscape character and visual amenity. So the SBD, I get a very strong feeling members have concerns over landscape character and visual amenity. The SBD would come into play, but yeah, that would be my guidance at this point.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if it's helpful on the SBD, it absolutely gives there also being a mix of small, medium, and in exceptional circumstances, large size units. So that if that's helpful, that we can quote that, because this is not an exceptional position. This is now all large size units, isn't it? Today we would not been discussing small 15-meter boxes. We've been discussing 15 meters up in the air, or 24 or 21.
Yeah. So there's two different points here. Is the size and scale of the boxes, if I can put it in that language, harming landscape character and visual amenity? Yeah. So I'm saying that I think you could argue that if as a refusal reason. What I'm saying is more difficult. It is to then try and say that you're saying the development has to have small and medium for a 30+ hectare site that has a policy that cross-references B1, B2, B8.
Well, I'm just quoting SPD, which says the SPD makes several references to development of all the AL sites being a mix of small, medium, and in exceptional circumstances, large size units. This isn't an exceptional circumstance, but I agree with what you're saying there. If it's of help to the overall process.
It then goes on the SBD to reference the landscape and visual character. So it's trying to steer the developer towards smaller units to mitigate landscape and visual harm, but the policy unfortunately doesn't align with a stance of you must have small and medium units on the site. So does that make sense?
It does, although I'm going to take Catherine's points earlier on. So I'm happy at the end of the day if that's a helpful adjunct to our earlier conversation. I certainly can't support it, and you're the experts to put the final wording on it. Thank you.
No, I've said it already. Thank you, Chair. I would like to support Councillor Parker's motion with obviously reasons for the rejection.
Just on the employment opportunities not marrying with the local workforce, in a conversation I had with the CAFES officer, he said we had to take into account employment need of the whole of West Northants rather than the local scene. So could officers just clarify that, because we don't want to put in a reason that would be a weak one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I respond on that one, I think with regard to the provision of jobs, there's no clear policy basis for saying that the type of job is either appropriate or inappropriate. The wording of the policy refers to land use rather than type or grade of job. So I just feel that any reason that's based on, on that sort of remit is probably going to be quite difficult, because there isn't any, we're not hooking it to anything specific in terms of policy or the SPD. Sorry, if I could also just come back on the point about the that Councillor Gonzalez-Savage was saying on the exceptional circumstances. I did refer to that earlier, I think in the questions section, where I clarified that that is going above and beyond the provisions of the development plan. So we have to be sort of very careful giving that any significant weight, because clearly it's introducing new policy which is above and beyond what the actual development plan policy says, where it doesn't make any reference to restricting what type or size of building is proposed, again, it is just focusing on the land use and the mix and the need for a mix. And also just to clarify that with regards to the comment about the need for a mix of different development types, obviously that would be across the allocation as a whole. So that would be taking this part of the allocation with the adjoining part for which we have a concurrent application. So there isn't a requirement necessarily for each application to have a mix. It's that across the allocation and to a certain extent across the allocations collectively that we achieve that mix within the overall scheme of development that comes forward.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman, on that point? Because clearly, and I appreciate the points you just raised, Daniel, we should take this application on its own merits, shouldn't we? We should be looking solely at this application. And therefore, when I applied that, so the SPD section, which I know is within the report on 7.293, for me, and I'm applying it only for the application here, I know you've mentioned there's an adjacent zone with a planning application to come forward. I don't know anything at all about that, so I'm not aware, I can't make any judgments as to what that might be. But I do know what's currently there. And therefore, the Bell Plantation has no relevance whatsoever in size or format or massing to what's obviously been presented to us today. You know more about what's obviously coming in the next few months or whatever it might be. So I can only effectively give you my view based on what you've given us here with the report, but obviously from what we've heard mainly from Mr. Guthrie and other people here today, and the fact that DHL themselves sent out information to back up their own application. So I appreciate what you've said, but I am just purely concentrating my point on what we have today, not on any other. And therefore the SPD points about being that the site will be a mix of small, medium, and in exceptional circumstances, large size units should apply to this particular application would be my view. I appreciate it might not be interpreted like that overall, but that has to be my view today because I don't have anything else to base it on any other applications.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. Just to clarify, I wasn't suggesting that the application should be viewed or judged concurrently, you know, collectively with other applications. It was just to point out that the requirement for that mix is across the allocation as a whole, and this application doesn't cover the entire allocation. So on its own, there's not necessarily a need for it to provide a full spectrum of any type of mix. And obviously, just to reiterate the point about the size of the buildings, I think as it says both in the SPD and the preamble to the policy, it says the site would be suitable for small and medium size, but what it does not do is state that it would be unsuitable for other things as well. It's not that it is only suitable for, and I think it's that wording in the policy that we need to be clear about in terms of making any decisions.
Understand, thanks for the clarity.
Thank you, Chair. Just to build on that a little bit, the reference to exceptional circumstances is simply that. It's two words in the SPD. Obviously, it is silent. There is no test laid out as to what may or may not constitute exceptional circumstances, which makes life a little bit more complicated in circumstances such as this. In terms of the SPD, it does cover all AL5, AL1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 sites. So there is that understanding that the SPD covers a wider range of issues perhaps than one. I know there is then subtext that affect each site, but the overall, the SPD is overarching over all of those 5 allocation sites.
Can I ask for clarity then on the application which is not before us today, but on the remainder of that particular site? What is it? I mean, what is the application that's going in? We have to, you know, is it small and medium, or is it?
Sorry, the application for the remainder of
Yes.
AL1. I mean, if it's okay, and I just share the relevant image, bear with me. I just need to find.
Thank you, because it is relevant, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Trying to remember where. Here it is. So I'll just share.
I've not got a proposal prepared to put before the committee yet to vote on. Well, because we haven't bottomed that out yet. So that's the reason. That's the reason. Yes, but I'm not going to give the proposal. Sorry, I'm just arguing. I'm suggesting that Councillor Parker, who says we should take a vote on it, that we haven't yet bottomed out a proposal which incorporates the reasons for refusal that we can possibly vote on. I'm not going to vote on something, then we think about it afterwards. We want to do it in one go. That's what I'm trying to achieve here. If that helps you, Councillor Parker.
So thank you, Chair. Just to come back on Councillor Gonzalez de Savage's comment. So the application we have is the 4 units essentially as shown here, then the additional development on zone 4 and the 3 football pitches. So the remainder of AL1 is the development. I mean, Bell Plantation, for clarity, is the existing Bell Plantation is this area in here, if people can follow that on the cursor. So the remainder of that area in between, this sort of slightly S-shaped site, and this is taken from the indicative master plan that we have currently on that application. Admittedly, it's, you know, a live application. It's not determined. It's not guaranteed that that's a scheme that has planning permission, but that is a mixture of purely units falling within the small and medium scale.
Can we not?
So in terms of the parameters that are proposed, the maximum floor space of any building on that area is within the small and medium parameters of floor space as set out in the SPD. Obviously, we have the larger scale development on the site. There's the the sort of smaller medium scale on zone 4. On AL3, we have large scale development already consented on much of that site, and then some small and medium scale on the area that abuts the eastern boundary of AL1. And then we have AL2 down the bottom here, which again is a mixture of small and medium sized units and other uses. I mean, it's not purely, the scheme we have on that isn't purely B1, B2, B8. But I think the point I was just trying to make was that across the allocation, and admittedly, these are other applications, we're only determining the application before us, but there is the extant consent on AL3. It's that mixture across the entirety of the allocation is the point I was making. Thank you, Chair.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it.
Do members want me to sort of try and help you in terms of the local landscape character views and visual amenity, a possible wording for a refusal reason? So I think you'd have to start by saying notwithstanding the site's allocation for employment development, and then the sort of words I've picked up is that members have concerns over size, siting, scale and design. If I've missed any, members would need to obviously advise. So if I may, I think some members are kind of potential wording might be notwithstanding the site's allocation for employment development, the proposal by virtue of the size, siting, scale and design of the proposed employment buildings result in unacceptable significant adverse impacts on local landscape character, views and visual amenity, especially to the east, north and west of the site. Because I've heard east, north and west, I haven't heard any references to south. There's a pattern to the sort of references to harm. And then you would delegate officers to, you would say it's contrary to the MPPBF local plan policies and the SPD, but a normal practice would be you'd delegate to me to give the precise policies, but there has been a lot of reference to policy SS2, so I'd certainly include that in the refusal reason. So that's
So
just some
that bit sounds
guidance.
good so far to me, but I want, but I would like some words around the transport.
Oh, yeah.
For highways.
Yeah, so the, as I say, the transport, the first thing you need to decide is whether you're going to focus on the point in the report where it's acknowledged there's an issue. So if you were doing that, then a potential wording could be the traffic modelling identifies that there'll be a severe residual cumulative impact on the strategic road network with a specific reference to the future year's cumulative impact, brackets 2031, close brackets. And then you're going to have to identify the harm, which I would assume would be resulting in unacceptable queues and journey times for traffic approaching the Tove roundabout to the detriment of the operation of the highway network. And then I think you'd have to reference the national planning policy framework because your refusal reason is seeking to argue that it is causing severe cumulative impact, therefore is contrary to paragraph 115 of the PPF. I'm going to stop at this point because it might be that some colleagues to my left have comments on that. Just for the benefit of the sort of public gallery, part of my role is I will prepare for eventualities in meetings and take notes. So I've obviously prepared some notes in advance, but also taken notes during the meeting, tried to reflect comments that I've heard during the past hour's debate.
How does the committee feel so far? We seem to, we're headed in the right direction. Good. Is there any comments from the officers, my far left, that would go against what has been suggested? So, Councillor Parker, I won't ask you to read the words out because we have the words. But you've heard the words.
Yeah. I propose we reject the application for the reasons stated by James Roger.
I have a seconder, Councillor Pritchard, you second that?
I
So
second that.
given the words you've heard. Oi,
Do you
please.
want me to just
No, I
quickly
think,
read through
well,
them?
I think, no, I think you got it. I
Okay.
think you've captured what we want,
Okay.
unless anybody's going to disagree with me. I think we take a vote on this at this point. No, wait a minute, Councillor, are you voting or talking?
James, you beautifully summed that up. Regarding traffic movements and so on and so forth, the only thing that we don't really have in there is event traffic and the impact regarding that. I'm not sure whether you can include it in there for future reference. I know it's a very tricky one, so I just thought I'd ask now rather than, regret later.
So during the course of the meeting, I've effectively amended the report to add an additional condition. So Chairman, you may, as a point of housekeeping, just get the committee to concur that they're happy with those changes, because I think that does then in part address Councillor Sharp's.
So that then
comments.
becomes the definitive proposal that we'll reject, but it will be built into it. So we're happy with the bit about the traffic and the other one was?
Yes, so just BREEAM excellence would
yes.
be condition 45 and condition 48 would be a planning condition for a management plan for event day activity.
So I propose we accept those two amendments to the original proposal. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Parker, do we agree with that two amendments? We got that? Counted? 11-1. Yeah. 11-1. I don't know, I don't think council. Did you vote on that? Those against? Thank you. 11-1. Right, moving forward to that, that's fallen. So we've got the new proposal that's been proposed by Councillor Parker, seconded by Councillor Pritchard, incorporating the reasons for refusal of this offer's recommendation. Those in favour of refusal of the recommendation before us. Was that right or no? No. No, we accepted it. Stop. No, no. No, we've refused, we didn't vote on that. Yes, we just voted on that. So we're now voting on the proposal to refuse the application as given by the reasons outlined by the officer. So those in favour of refusing the application. Votes at the back don't count. Those against that. So that is carried 11-1 that we're on. Before I close the meeting, I'd like to commend members of the public for their behaviour this afternoon. I was expecting a lot rougher ride, and I thank you for your tolerance and appreciate your being here. Thank you very much indeed.